Good morning. Good morning. Adrian's microphone. Do you hear Adrian's microphone out there? Yeah, okay. Test from the bench.
Radio check. 1, 2, 3.
Radio check. 1, 2, 3. Radio check. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, coaches and athletes, good morning and welcome to the final day of racing at the 2023 US Rowing Southwest Youth Championships here at beautiful Lake Natoma. We are going to see nothing but grand finals today. These are the races that matter and help crews qualify to go to the Youth Nationals in Sarasota, Florida. Before we start today in our national anthem, we'd like to just give a big shout out of thanks to all the people that helped make this regatta possible. First and foremost, all the folks at the CSUS Aquatic Center that spend a lot of time putting in the lane lines and making sure the tents and all the infrastructure is ready to go. The California State Park System for making this venue available, and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for controlling water flows through the dam during this very special event. With that said, we are now going to perform our national anthem, and we ask that everyone rise, face the water. Gentlemen, remove your hats as the moat will come down the lake playing the song with our flag.
On the water radio check. 1, 2, 3. On the water radio check. 1, 2, 3.
And ladies and gentlemen, coaches and athletes, as well as everyone watching via the internet, we are about 5 minutes away from the first grand final on the third day of racing here at Lake Natoma for the Southwest Youth Championships. And that grand final will be the men's Youth 8. I'm Bob McLean. I'll be calling the second 1,000, and Adrian McConnell on the water will be calling the first 1,000, along with our drone footage provided by the Rowing Channel. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Adrian will go ahead and set the lanes for us and call the first 1,000 as these men's 8s get off to a start and begin the entire day for us here as these crews race to qualify for the Youth National Championships to be held later in Sarasota, Florida.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from the top of the race course here on beautiful Lake Natoma. Absolutely perfect conditions. This is why we love this venue. And we'd also like to thank the staff of the Sacramento State Aquatic Center for providing excellent resources to put this event on every year. We're grateful for their efforts and expertise. So we're looking at 6 boats across here for the first race of the morning. First one, and it is going to be a fast one. Let me go ahead and give you the lane assignments. In lane 1, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. And lane 6, NorCal. Final adjustments being made as the aligner and the starters get ready. It is absolutely silent up here. Water is dead flat. Rowers making their final adjustments to help put that boat in perfect alignment down the race course. We will have a start any minute. And we have a start. We could hear the intensity coming off of the water from the coxswains. We are right up here next to these crews coming through the red buoys in the first 100 meters. It's going to be very tightly packed as a lot of these athletes, a lot of these boats very close to each other coming out of the semifinals. But the two boats with the best start very early on here in the first 250 meters are going to come out of lanes 2 and 3. That's Newport and Los Gatos. Marin in lane 1, right in that third place position. Fourth place is going to go to Oakland Strokes, and then San Diego and NorCal, 5th and 6th. So again, very early on, everyone's start sequence is a little bit different as they get out of the gates. But the goal is to really start your race with confidence, get that boat speed running, and then with a lot of length and power. And while they weren't first out of the gates, Marin doing a nice job here, pushing themselves into that first place position just shy of 500 meters. So a little more patience coming out of that Marin boat. 3 seats for them as they lead Newport. Newport sitting 3 seats over Los Gatos. So those are your top 3 boats here. And then they will progress in lane order. 4th place continues to be Oakland Strokes, sitting 2 seats over San Diego Rowing Club. NorCal in 6th, but sitting right there next to San Diego. So a lot of overlap, a lot of contact here between these crews. Marin rowing at 36 strokes a minute, Newport at 37. Los Gatos rowing at 38 strokes a minute. Closest racing right now is going to be between those 5th and 6th place crews at San Diego and NorCal. They're just deadlocked, pushing each other, looking across. But the top boats pushing each other so hard that they are looking for a little bit to break away by the halfway point. Marin now sitting bow to stern over Newport. Newport now 7 seats over now 3rd place Oakland Strokes. So Oakland Strokes pushing themselves into that 3rd place position. Oakland rowing out of lane 4, now sitting 3 seats over Los Gatos. And here we go. It will be Marin with their bow first across and open water for them at the halfway point. Newport in 2nd, Oakland in 3rd, Los Gatos sitting in 4th with San Diego and NorCal still in contact.
Well, Adrian, thank you for that early call here, the first 1,000. What we're seeing is Marin, Newport, Los Gatos, and Oakland all matching each other on stroke rate, about 35 to 36, which is very normal. But Marin here really establishing dominance as they come down the course. They've now broken free of Newport. Marin now with 2 seats open water over Newport. Newport in 2nd place. Chasing Newport for that 2nd place position is lane 4, the Oakland Strokes. Oakland down 3 seats from Newport. In 4th place, Los Gatos in lane 3. Now, folks, the top 3 boats get medals, but the top 4 boats get invited to Youth Nationals in Sarasota. So the races today are really between 4th and 5th place in terms of qualifying for nationals. That 5th place boat, we're going to fall back to San Diego Rowing Club. They're up almost a full length over NorCal in lane 6. As these crews approach the last 500 meters, it continues to be Marin taking more and more open water from the field. Newport still has their hands full with the crew from the Oakland Strokes. Oakland still down about 3 seats from Newport. All 3 of these crews, Marin, Newport, and Oakland, in medaling position. And Los Gatos in lane 3 still holding on to that 4th place position to go to Youth Nationals. So at 500 meters to go, Marin is all by themselves in lane 1, up by almost a full length of open water. They are being followed by Newport, then Oakland, then NorCal, and then back to lane 5, Los Gatos in 4th, then back to San Diego and NorCal in 6th. These are the men's youth 8s. These are the fastest 8s out of each program. Marin now in the spectator area. Marin getting ready to push the rate, but they've got a very comfortable race on their hands here. Newport not even close to challenging them at this point, as Newport is down a full boat length of open water. Oakland continues in third, Los Gatos in fourth, San Diego fifth, NorCal sixth, and remember the top four boats get the automatic invite, but it's all about Marin. With 100 meters to go, they're looking golden. Behind them for the silver, Newport. Oakland for the bronze medal, with Los Gatos chasing in fourth. Los Gatos now has their hands full with San Diego trying to challenge for fourth place. That could be a photo finish between San Diego and Los Gatos at the line. It's San Diego overtaking Los Gatos. It's San Diego overtaking Los Gatos, and yes, it's going to be San Diego for that fourth place finish. And ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement here. We need 2 finish line volunteers right here at the finish line tent. If you are interested in being on the finish line and watching some of these exciting races, we could use 2 volunteers. Please come to the finish line tent and let them know you're here to volunteer for the finish line, and you will be quickly welcomed inside the circus tent here at the finish line. Thank you.
All right, and we are back up at the start. Youth 2v8 Grand Final in Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Marin B. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, San Diego. And Lane 6, Newport B. All right, we have alignment. The crews are being pulled, and we will have a start here in just a second. Red flag is up, and go. Just saw incredibly fast racing here by the top men's 8s in that previous grand final, with Marin taking the gold. And indeed, in this race, Marin is the defending champion in this event at Southwest Regionals. And that is the crew that's jumping out to the early lead. It is Marin already, just past 100 meters, pushing their nose out in front. But again, early on, we've got a lot of overlap between crews, gunning for that first 500, setting the tone for the rest of their piece. Again, we want, as we get out of the gates, it's all about confidence. It's all about creating that legacy that you want to leave on the water. And Marin doing a nice job here right now, leaving nothing on the table as they push themselves up to a 5-seat lead right now over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes is your second place crew. They're rowing out of lane 1. In third, we're going to move over to the inside. That's Newport. Newport here, 2 boats on the water, and that really is a sign of the depth of their program. So that's a 2V and a 3V, quite close to each other. So right now, that Newport A boat in the third place position. They are sitting just 2 seats over Marin B. So there we go, 2 teams with 2 entries in this 2V event. So lots of depth and expertise in those programs. So Newport A in third, sitting now 3 seats over Marin B. Marin B in fourth. Back to Marin B by about 7 seats. It's going to be the B entry from Newport. They're rowing out of lane 6. And then finally, just about a seat behind, it is San Diego Rowing Club. But Marin and Marin and Oakland Strokes up front, the first and second place crews, they are pushing each other so hard that they now have at least a length over the rest of the field. Newport still in contact. So those are your top 3 boats. Newport's bow ball sitting on the 7th seat of that Oakland Strokes boat. Coxon in the Marin boat looking across because 750 meters down, Oakland now coming on strong. Oakland now making a big move here, just shy of the 1,000 to try and take a little bit of that lead away that Marin established in that first 500. Can Marin answer the call as we push ourselves to the halfway point? It is still Marin by 4 seats. Oakland sitting bow to stern over Newport. Newport 6 seats over Marin B, and then back by open water continues to be Newport B and San Diego. Those 2 boats almost even. But as we get to the halfway point, Marin continuing to hold off Oakland just by about 3 seats here with at the halfway mark, 1,000 meters to go. Marin and Oakland up front. Newport back by about a seat of open water. Marin B in fourth. We'll turn it over to Bob to follow this third 500 grand final of the men's youth 2v8.
Well, thank you, Adrian. I think what's clear here is that the Marin men's JV8, their second V8 we call it now, they clearly want to bring home another gold medal for their program. They're just ahead of Oakland. They're just ahead of Oakland by about 1 or 2 seats here as we approach 1,250 meters. In third place, it continues to be lane 4 in Newport. Right behind Newport, the B boat from Marin. So Marin's got 2 boats here that could potentially qualify and go on to youth nationals. San Diego Rowing Club continues in 5th, followed by Newport B in 6th. These are the men's 2v8s, the second fastest 8s from each program. This race between Oakland in lane 1 and Marin in lane 2 is really proving to be a close one, as now Marin and Oakland are dead even. It is bow ball to bow ball for these 2v8s between Marin and Oakland. Marin's Open 8, their V8, just won the gold medal, and you know that's on the minds of their 2v8 here as they come down the course. Stroke for stroke, stroke rate's the same, getting about a 35.5 for both boats. They've established open water between themselves and the third place crew from Newport and the fourth place boat from Marin B. So quite a bit of spacing here between the top 2 and the rest of the field. In fact, it's like 2 boats together, then open water, 2 more boats together, then open water, and then the last 2 boats in lanes 5 and 6 open water back. And now Oakland just edging ahead. Oakland just ahead by a bow ball as we come into the last 500 meters. It's Oakland now pushing ahead. Another seat for Oakland. Now 2 seats for Oakland. Oakland pushing early here, 300 meters to go. It's Oakland with 2 seats, now 3 seats. Oakland got the jump on Marin here, and Oakland now going to 4 seats over Marin as we come to the finish line for the men's 2v8s. Oakland continues to accelerate. Oakland continues to move away from Marin for that gold medal position. Marin for the silver, Newport for the bronze, Marin B still in 4th place. As we look at the entire field to get a view of the boats in the middle here. And there goes Oakland. They're now up 7 seats, now up 8 seats. As they come to the line, it's all about the Oakland Strokes as they bring home a gold medal for their program over Marin. Marin in 2nd, in 3rd, Newport, and in 4th, Marin B. And there it is. Finishing on the outside, we have a close race between San Diego and Newport B. And it looks like Newport B is going to finish just ahead of San Diego, but that might be a photo finish, and it will be. And it's just San Diego edging Newport B.
All right, we're getting our last boat into alignment here in the starting blocks. We are awaiting the start for the men's 3v8 grand final. 7 boats on the course. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, Newport. Lane 6, NorCal. And Lane 7, Newport B. All right, and we have a start. This is going to be a fun one to watch as these 3V crews representing a wide range of athletes from their programs. We're looking at some athletes maybe in their first year of racing, some with quite a few years under their belt, but definitely the building blocks of their programs. But across the board, we're going to see some athletes here in their senior year of rowing, so they are out here to put down the best race possible, perhaps the end of their career, perhaps moving on to college. But whatever it is, this is a championship event, and these crews going after each other. They progressed out of the time trials directly to this grand final, and out of that time trial, Strokes with him by about 25 seconds over the next place crew. So at 250 meters, Oakland pushing themselves into a 4 lead over the crew right next to them. That would be San Diego rowing out of lane 2. So top 2 boats. San Diego now over our third scrum out of lane. Newport in third, sitting 4 seats over Marin. Marin rowing out of lane 3. Marin with a 6-seat lead over Pacific and Newport B. NorCal back by a bit of open water. Looks like they're rowing cleanly, just not quite able to match the top end speed of these crews. So at 500 meters gone, a little bit more separation between athletes as Oakland Strokes continues to take water away from the rest of the field. So now open water for Oakland. San Diego pushing themselves a little bit further away. Tight racing here, though, for that third place position between Marin and Newport A. Marin and Newport A deadlocked, bow ball to bow ball, really depending on whose blades are in the water at what time. Let me see if I can get a stroke rate here for you on Oakland. Oakland clocked at 38 strokes a minute. They look like they're rowing at a much lower stroke rate. So that is showing how much strength they have. They've got good length, but a lot of pop and send. It is such fun to be able to look down the race course and see this distance that you've got between yourself and the rest of the field. Coxon looking back over their shoulder, pushing themselves on by that halfway mark. This Oakland Strokes boat is going to have at least 2 lengths of open water. And the big fight going on is happening right behind them for that second and third place position. San Diego still holding on to second, but now just by 1 seat over Marin. Marin just 4 seats over Newport. So as we race to the line here at the halfway point, Oakland well out in front. But now watching between San Diego and Marin, Marin now taking over that second place position by a half a seat over San Diego. San Diego sitting 5 seats over Newport A. Newport B in 5th, Pacific in 6th, NorCal in 7th. We'll turn it over to you, Bob, for the final of this 3B8.
And thank you, Adrian. You know, we saw here on the drone footage that that Lane 6 crew from NorCal came to a complete stop, but they have resumed racing. So they're back on the course and racing, but they have fallen back to 7th place here, as Adrian just reported. Now, this Oakland boat, I can tell you, folks, for a men's 3v8, this Oakland boat that's way out in front now by at least 3 to 4 boat lengths of open water, they look like a varsity 8, an open 8, because they are just taking off. They have complete control of this race. Meanwhile, Marin in lane 3, they're in 2nd place, and they're slowly moving ahead of San Diego, which is in 3rd. San Diego is half a boat length ahead of Newport in lane 5. Newport in 4th place. We then go to Pacific in 5th, then Newport B in 6th, and finally NorCal in 7th here, as these crews are now at 1,250 meters, except for Oakland. Oakland's already at 500 meters to go. So they're all by themselves. Oakland is, there's nobody even close to Oakland here. So the Oakland coach has got to be happy about that as they come down. It could be another gold medal for their program, and they are looking fantastic right now as they come down the course. The real race to watch here, folks, is between lanes 2 and 3, San Diego and Marin. They're duking it out for the silver medal and the bronze medal. Now, we saw San Diego in some earlier races pull off some great sprints, so do not underestimate San Diego. They can do some pretty amazing things here as they come into the last 250. So we're going to keep an eye on them as we pull back and look at the field a bit. It's still Marin in 2nd, but San Diego's in contact for that 3rd place position. San Diego's got to keep an eye on Newport in 4th. Newport is moving up. Newport in 4th place with their bow ball at the San Diego 4 seat. Pacific continues in 5th. Newport B in 6th. NorCal in 7th. 100 meters to go for Oakland. This has been a cakewalk for them. This has been probably the easiest race of the day for that program because there's nobody close, as you can see. They're on fire and they're taking it all the way to the line. Meanwhile, Marin is holding off San Diego, but Newport on the outside in lane 4 is going to challenge Marin and San Diego for a silver or bronze medal. Marin still for the silver. These are the men's 3v8s now finishing. This is not an event that goes to nationals, so this race matters. It totally matters for these athletes. And it's going to be Marin for the silver, and Newport did overtake San Diego to get that bronze medal. San Diego fourth, Pacific fifth, Newport B sixth, and NorCal seventh. Let's go back to Adrian at the starting line for the next race.
All right, thank you, Bob. And we have had a start already here as we have very tight centers between racing. Each event just one after the other here at Lake Natoma. So we've got 6 boats on the water here. This is the women's under 17 double grand final. Again, all of our races today are grand finals. So lots of medals on the line here. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Artemis. Lane 3, Lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 5, Row LA. And lane 6, Redwood Scullers B. So early on, we are looking at your leader coming out of lane 1. That is the A boat from Redwood Scullers. They are all boats still in contact with each other, but Redwood Scullers pushing themselves out to a 2-seat lead. The 2 crews right next to them, Artemis and Waterford. Artemis in lane 2, Waterford in lane 3, right next to each other. Artemis now taking over that second place position. Artemis rowing very cleanly here. That is an undefeated boat that we're looking at out there. Redwood as well, undefeated. And so a lot of expertise, a lot of racing experience garnered through this spring season. Redwood looking very relaxed, confident as they approach the first 500. Artemis sitting just off of the stern deck of that Redwood Scullers boat. And then Waterford, a private school from Sandy, Utah, rowing on the Great Salt Lake. They're doing a nice job here staying within contact to both Artemis and Redwood Scullers, so still a lot of overlap. Just behind Waterford, just off of the stern deck, it will be Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach Juniors with a long history of excellence in these sculling programs. They now have just a bit of water, open water over Row LA. So Row LA sitting in that 5th place position. Row LA, a program that tries to reach out to different communities in the greater LA area, really focusing on empowering young women through the sport of rowing. And we are going to see them here in a couple of grand finals today. Some great stories out there with Row LA. They're doing a nice job here in this 5th place position in this grand final. Just behind Row LA, backed by a bit of open water, it will be the B entry from Redwood Scullers. Again, this is under 17, so a lot of these athletes very young in their careers, and then some with quite a few years of experience. At 750 meters gone, Redwood Scullers in lane 1, continuing to extend their lead, but not by much over Artemis. So there's still contact between Redwood Scullers and Artemis. Bow ball sitting on the stern deck of that Redwood Scullers boat for Artemis. But these 2 boats pushing themselves just a little bit farther away. There's now open water between Artemis and Waterford. Waterford still just barely holding on to that 3rd place position. Long Beach holding tight to Waterford, really just kind of pacing. Look to have a slightly slower stroke rate, which bodes well for the rest of the race because they might just have a little bit more in the tank. But Waterford doing a nice job just continuing to hold them off as we approach the halfway point. But now it is open water for lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Open water for them as we come to the 1,000-meter line. Artemis just behind them by about 2 seats of open water, but now 1 full boat length for them over Waterford, with Long Beach Juniors chasing, Row LA in 5th, and Redwood Scullers B in 6th. This is the women's under 17 double.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for the call for the first half of the race there. This really is shaping up to be a race for third place now. We have the A boat from Redwood Scullers taking a commanding lead here in lane 1. They're now bowed astern over lane 2 from Artemis. Just past that halfway point, the crew from Long Beach Juniors started to edge out the crew from Waterford in lane 3. So right now, Long Beach Juniors sitting about a deck over the Waterford crew. If we look back now, our 5th place crew is Row LA, followed by the B boat from Redwood Scullers. The A boat from Redwood Scullers continuing to open up their lead here as they're coming into the spectator viewing area. So they've now got open water over the crew from Artemis. And Artemis hopefully looking over to lane 4 here as Long Beach Juniors is trying to charge up and get some contact with Artemis. Waterford's giving the Long Beach crew a good race here, though. They're not letting go easy, so this third place race here is really starting to heat up. Actually, Waterford looks to be taking a solid move and inching their way back up into the Long Beach Junior crew here. So Waterford just down by about a deck as they cross the 500-meter mark. 500 to go here, so we'll start to see these stroke rates going up in the final as the crews go for the final sprint here. Redwood Scullers A boat, a commanding lead. They're solidly in that first place position, now about 2 boat lengths of open water. The second place crew, Artemis, sitting about a 1 boat length of open water over the charging crew from Long Beach Juniors. Waterford just a couple of seats down on Long Beach Juniors in that 4th place position. Coming into the finish line here now, Redwood Scullers A boat still with a commanding open water lead in that first place position. Artemis continuing to hold on to that silver medal position. And our third place crew, Long Beach Juniors, followed by Waterford. Now the top 4 crews will go to the national championship here. So these top 4 crews that you're seeing coming right into the final sprints, they are headed to nationals. Your gold medal crew, Redwood Scullers A boat, coming across the finish line now. Followed by that crew from Artemis, Long Beach Juniors for the bronze, and Waterford in 4th place. Our 5th place crew, Row LA, and the B boat from Redwood Scullers. We'll turn it back over to Adrian for the men's U16 Cox Quad final.
All right, thank you so much, Trisha. Great to hear you on the course. We've got the men's under 16 Cox Quad Grand Final. We've got 6 boats on the course with NorCal in lane 1, NorCal B in lane 2, Marin in lane 3, Long Beach Juniors in lane 4, Los Gatos in lane 5, and North Bay in lane 6. So just past 500 meters gone, we've got 2 boats out in front, pacing each other side by side, and it is NorCal A, NorCal B. So these 2 crews right next to each other in lanes 1 and 2. They know each other's race strategy. They likely have the same race plan, so it'll be fun to watch as they come up to the course because, of course, there are medals on the line here. Just behind the 2 NorCal boats, we've got the crew from Marin. They look to be a little bit more patient, rowing at a slightly lower stroke rate. And as we saw this morning in the earlier races, that really can work well for a crew if they're a little bit more patient. And it's fun to be the hunter as we progress down the race course, coming towards the first 1,000 meters gone here in this medal event. We do have some returners in that Marin boat. We've got a couple of athletes that carried over from their U15 quad that finished just behind NorCal at the Youth National Championships. So a lot of expertise here. Behind Marin now by open water, it is a tight battle for that 4th and 5th place position between Long Beach and Los Gatos. Very slight advantage going to Los Gatos, maybe just by a bow ball, and then back to Los Gatos by about a seat of open water. It's going to be the crew from North Bay. North Bay, a program that rows in Petaluma, Northern California, just north of Marin. Smaller program with a lot of really young athletes, and we're seeing that here. Again, these are the building blocks of their program. At the halfway point, it is now NorCal A in lane 1 taking the lead over their teammates from NorCal B. NorCal B trying to hold off Marin. So Marin in contact with that NorCal B boat. As we move into this third 500, Long Beach continuing in 4th, now 2 seats over Los Gatos. Los Gatos in 5th with North Bay in 6th.
All right, folks, as you heard from Adrian, here they come down the course. They're past the halfway markers. These are the men's U16 quad with coxswain. So all these athletes are under the age of 16. They're in a 4-person boat, 2 oars per person. And because they're so young and still inexperienced, they have a coxswain to steer the boat because we would hate to see any collisions on the water. So doing a good job here. NorCal in the lead in lane 1. NorCal has almost a full boat length over their brother boat, the NorCal B boat. So NorCal looking fantastic here. They've got 8 rowers and 2 coxswains potentially looking to go to Youth Nationals here along with a gold and silver medal. Marin continues in 3rd. In 4th place, Long Beach. Remember, the top 4 boats get an automatic invite to Youth Nationals. Long Beach, though, has their hands full with Los Gatos. Now, the coach at Los Gatos has recently revamped their sculling program, and we're seeing a lot of success with the scullers coming out of Los Gatos. So here's Los Gatos giving Long Beach a run for their money. Long Beach up only 1 or 2 seats at this point as we approach 500 meters to go. We fall back to Los Gatos. One second here. North Bay in lane 6, they're in the 6th place position. So as we come down the course, North Bay is off the pace by about 3 boat lengths. So they're not quite in contention at this point, unfortunately, but still rowing quite well. First coming into the spectator area, though, it's going to be the 2 NorCal boats, lane 1 and 2. So they've been in the lead all the way down the course, and they're looking fantastic as they both hold off Marin. Marin in 3rd, Long Beach still in 4th, Los Gatos chasing hard in 5th place. That 4th and 5th place race, that's the critical race, because if you're in 4th place, you get that automatic invite to Youth Nationals. Will Los Gatos catch Long Beach? That's what we're watching. But the race is really all about NorCal as their top 2 boats come to the line to pick up a couple of medals. Here they come for the last 100 meters. This is the grand final for the men's U16 quad with coxswain. Great race here between Los Gatos and Long Beach. It's getting closer for that 4th place position. It looks like a photo finish for them. Still NorCal for gold and silver. A bit of a crab there, but NorCal still has the gold. NorCal also has the silver. Marin for the bronze, and now Los Gatos. Los Gatos moving. And yes, Los Gatos for 4th place over Long Beach. That's unofficial, but what a fantastic push by Los Gatos. With that said, let's turn it back over to Adrian at the starting line for the next race.
All right, and thank you so much, Bob. We are already underway here in the next race. As we like to say, the racing never stops here on Lake Natoma. We've got perfect conditions this morning. Looking at the men's under 17 4, we've got 6 boats on the course with Pacific in lane 1, Marin in lane 2, Long Beach Juniors in lane 3, Capital in lane 4, Newport in lane 5, and Berkeley High School in lane 6. Just shy of 500 meters. It is Marin that's pushed themselves out to an early lead, but lots of overlap again between boats. Marin just with 2 seats over lane 1 Pacific. Pacific sitting 3 seats over lane 4 Capital. Capital looking to extend their lead over the 4th and 5th place crews, Long Beach Juniors and Newport. So Long Beach Juniors and Newport pushing themselves between that 4th and 5th place. It's just bow ball to bow ball for them as we cross over the 500-meter line. Capital hoping to pull away and really solidify themselves in a medaling position. But Marin out front, now 4 seats over Pacific. Pacific really doing great in those semifinals to pull off that lane 1 seating here. And they're just pacing Marin. So not a whole lot of movement coming out of the Marin boat. They're very patient, but they really haven't changed the spacing between themselves and Pacific. So we're going to keep an eye on them as they progress down the race course. But the race that I'm watching right now that's really turning into a hot one is between Capital and Newport. So Newport coming in to kind of chip away at Capital's lead. So Capital in that 3rd place position. They have watched that lead shrink as Newport has made a big push to try and come back into contact and maybe push a little bit further inside that Capital boat. But Capital answering the call here. Capital moving just a little bit further away, so this is going to be awesome to watch here between lanes 4 and 5, Capital and Newport as we come down the race course. Long Beach back now by a bit of open water behind NAC. So Long Beach in 5th. Berkeley High School continuing in 6th. They are back by a couple of lengths of open water. And now up front, as we come up to 1,000 meters to go, Marin just kind of tapping it along. Again, very long strokes, lots of power. You can see that emotion coming out of that crew as they really put a bend on the oar. At the halfway point, they are now sitting bow to stern over Pacific. Pacific now with a bit of open water over Capital. Capital really trying to hold off that charge by Newport. Bow to stern for Capital over Newport. Newport sitting now 4 seats over Long Beach. Keep your eye on Long Beach and Newport as they chase Capital to get into one of those medaling positions. Marin in the lead. Pacific still in contact. This is the grand final for the men's under 17-4. Berkeley High School continuing in 6th.
Well, Adrian, I couldn't agree more. This Long Beach boat, for those folks here cheering on Long Beach, your crew here in the men's U17-4 just pulled off a great push. They were down almost a boat length from Newport Aquatic Center, but now Long Beach and Newport are bow ball to bow ball at 1,250 meters. So that's Long Beach trying to get into a 4th place position and get an invite to Youth Nationals in this event. So it is a dogfight between Long Beach and Newport as they both chase Capital crew in 3rd place. Marin continues in 1st, followed by Pacific Rowing Club in 2nd. Top 3 boats get the medals, but the top 4 boats get the invite to Youth Nationals. So Marin now has broken free of Pacific. Marin now with half a boat length open water. Pacific still holding off Capital bow to stern. So Pacific for the silver, doing a great job on their ratio and stroke rate. Capital continuing, but at a higher stroke rate with a little bit shorter ratio. And now Long Beach overtaking Newport. So Long Beach overtaking Newport by 2 seats to move into that critical 4th place position to go on to Youth Nationals. But Newport is right there. Coxon's looking across and saying, we're still in this race. Get on it, boys, because you've got about 500 meters to go and anything could still happen. Long Beach is on a tear, ladies and gentlemen. Long Beach now has their bow ball inside the Capitol boat. I don't mean inside the boat like a collision. I mean they've caught up with them, and they now have their bow ball at the 2 seat of the Capitol boat. So Long Beach found that extra gear in the third 500 meters, and the Bowsy just adjusted his sunglasses and kept pace, and they're still taking water away from Capitol. So what a boat here coming out of Long Beach. They're almost pulling even now with Capitol. At this point, Long Beach is racing for the bronze medal. Capitol still has it, but boy, this Long Beach boat is on fire. Marin for the gold, Pacific for the silver. Capitol still has the bronze medal, but Long Beach is charging. The coxswain's looking over. He's calling for it. He's calling for it. And anything could happen here in the last 200 meters. Keep an eye on Long Beach with the yellow unis. They're still moving. They're still taking water. They're only down 1 seat now from Capitol. This is the grand final for the men's U17 fours. Coming to the line, it'll be Marin for the gold, Pacific for the silver. And if the geese would get out of the way, we might have a clean finish here between Long Beach and Capitol. Long Beach is charging. Long Beach is charging. Are they going to get the bronze? They're still moving. Long Beach still moving. Long Beach has it. Long Beach has it. They've got the bronze. Newport for fifth and Berkeley High School for sixth. All right, back to Adrian for the next race.
And thank you, Bob. We are already underway here in the men's youth single grand final. Got a lot of amazing athletes out here. In lane 1, Alex Kawaja from Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Ralph Casau from Artemis. Lane 3, Brady Shanley from Tempe Junior Crew. Lane 4, Ian O'Reilly from Brophy Prep. Lane 5, Calder Fritz from Artemis. And Lane 2, Daniel Malecki of Berkeley High School. So yes, you are seeing 2 entries here from the small club in Oakland, Artemis. And right now, it does look like the rower from Redwood Scullers, Alex Kawaja, is in the lead now by open water. 750 meters gone. Alex, an amazing athlete, having won Youth Nationals, won this event last year, and headed off to an Ivy League school next year. Looking very strong, long, confident as he approaches the halfway point. But behind him by about half a length of open water, it is going to be Ralph Casau from Artemis. He is moving on to row for Mercyhurst lightweights. So a lightweight athlete bringing it against the best in heavyweights out on the water. In the third place position, we're going to move over to lane 4. That's Ian O'Reilly from Brophy Prep. Over the years, Brophy Prep putting out some really strong sculling boats, and we're showing that here as O'Reilly moves himself into that bronze medal position. In fourth, it's going to be Brady Shanley from Tempe Junior Crew. Brady moving on to the University of Washington next year. He's got the military in mind as he gets older, and he definitely looks like a mature athlete there with that full beard. So Brady from Tempe Juniors in that fourth place position. Behind him, it will be lane 6, Berkeley High School. Daniel Malecki, he was 6th last year representing Berkeley High, and here he is again at this championship. In the 6th place position, it will be Calder Fritz from Artemis. Rowing cleanly, Calder will move on to Cornell next year to row for that lightweight program. So we'll turn it over to Bob for the final of this men's youth single. This is going to progress to the Youth National Championships in June.
And the men's youth single grand final now coming down the course. We're approaching the 1,500 meter line. We're about 750 to go. Now, folks, I'd like to let you know that the defending champion for this event is the Redwood Scullers program. So they won this event last year, And once again, they're in the top position this year with 500 meters to go. So Alex Kawaja from Redwood Scholars is looking to continue that tradition and bring the cup home again for the Redwood Scholars. In second place, it's Artemis in lane 2, and then we go out to lane 4. Ian O'Reilly from Brophy in third place, and then back inside to lane 3, Tempe Juniors in fourth. So Tempe Juniors is about a boat length of open water ahead of lane 6, Berkeley High School. And so the top 4 scholars get the invite to Youth Nationals. So that looks good for Tempe Juniors. It's the Berkeley High School scholar that would have to make up some water here to get a 4th place finish and get an invite to Youth Nationals. Now back to the front. Alex Kawaja from Redwood Scholars continues to extend his lead over Artemis. Artemis in second, and in third place, Brophy from Arizona. These top 3 scholars are going for the medals. And then finally, Brady Shanley from Tempe Juniors going for that 4th place finish to get an invite to Youth Nationals. So if you're with Redwood Scholars, you're looking at taking the cup home again, and here comes that scholar now, just doing a super job, long draw through the water, huge wingspan, just gets a lot of draw at the catch and takes water away from the rest of the field every stroke. Lane 2 Artemis doing a great job as well here, holding off the field behind him, and chasing Artemis is the scholar from Brophy, Ian O'Reilly. So those are your top 3 medalists right now as they come to the line, and in 4th place it continues to be the scholar from Tempe Juniors for the men's youth single grand final. Artemis continues in 5th with their second bout, followed by Berkeley High School. Let's go back to Adrian for the next race.
And thank you so much, Bob. I do want to make a correction. I apologize to those of you out there watching from home and on the shoreline. That is Berkeley Paddling and Rowing Club, not Berkeley High School, out of lane 6. Our heat sheets just say Berkeley, so apologies for that, but that is more of an independent club rowing out of Berkeley in the marina area. And so hats off to lane 6, Berkeley Paddling Club in that previous grand final there for the men's youth single. On the water and loading into the starting blocks is the grand final for the women's youth 8 in lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, Capital Crew. And lane 6, San Diego Rowing Club. Women's Youth 8 representing a good cross-section of nationally competitive programs, perpetually moving on to represent the Southwest region at that championship later in June. From this event, Marin is the defending champion. Crews are being pulled, and we have a start. All right, and what you are watching here, if you are watching online, is this hot starting sequence to get that boat speed up and running from a dead stop. The athletes move through a series of very high strokes and then settle or lengthen into their base pace. And right now, the crew doing the best off of the line, it is going to be lane 1, Marin. Marin just at 250 meters with a 8-seat lead over Newport. Newport rowing out of lane 2. Newport also with a really, really good start. I had them clocked at 45 strokes a minute in that starting sequence. So Marin and Newport chasing each other. In the third place position, we're going to move over to lane 5. That is Capital. Capital here with a great start in this first 500 meters. Capital looking at a 6-seat lead over 2 boats side by side coming out of lanes 3 and 4. Long Beach Juniors and Oakland Strokes. So Capital holding off and holding on to that third place position. just shy of both Oakland Strokes and Long Beach, it's going to be San Diego Rowing Club. So a lot of overlap here between crews. No one has broken free with open water. At 500 meters gone, though, Marin continuing to extend their lead. I'm looking at that coxswain from the Marin boat, looking across at Newport, asking for open water, and she's got it. 1 seat of open water now for Marin. Newport still within contact to Capital. Capital bow seat just looked across at that Newport boat and wants to stay in contact. So right now, Capital doing a great job here extending out. They are in third place position, but now sitting with 6 seats over our fourth place crew, Oakland Strokes. Oakland now pushing themselves up to a 2-seat lead over Long Beach and San Diego. Long Beach and San Diego even. I've got Marin clocked at 36. I've got Newport clocked at 36. So both crews rowing very cleanly. Marin just continuing to extend their lead. As we approach the halfway point, they are looking like very aggressive crew, very strong and long as they approach the halfway mark. They continue to just inch away from Newport. Newport doing the same from Capital because the racing is really happening behind Newport. Capital continuing to hold on to that third place position. It is tight, though, between Long Beach, between Oakland, and between San Diego. Not much movement between those crews as they continue to chase Capital. Capital trying to hold on to that third place position, getting themselves on the medal stand. But here we are in that third 500. This is where it all comes down to the line. Marin continuing to extend their lead now, 1.5 boat lengths of open water. Newport, 1 boat length over Capital, with Long Beach in 4th, Oakland in 5th, San Diego in 6th. We'll turn it over to Bob for the last half of this race. This is the women's Youth 8.
Thanks, Adrian. So you heard it from Adrian here. So Marin, a commanding lead here out in front. So almost a boat and a half length open water. Your defending champions leading the course right now, followed in second by the crew from Newport. The race to watch, though, are these last 4 boats. It is Capital currently sitting in that third place position. They've been slowly inching their way up and taking seats off of your 4th place crew right now, Long Beach. Long Beach being challenged by Oakland. But still, hot on the heels is San Diego. So Capital with a good lead up for that third place position right now, but they need to keep watching out for that crew from Long Beach as they are starting to take up their stroke rate and starting to take some seats back on the crew from Capital. 5th place continues to be Oakland. San Diego sitting just a couple seats down on Oakland in that 6th place position. Now Marin past that 500 meter to go mark. They are in their final 500. Newport as well. And right now as we come into that last 500 meter mark, Capital Crew still in 3rd at a 30, but rowing at 38 strokes a minute is the crew from Long Beach. They have now inched their way up. They're sitting a deck down on the Capital Crew. Capital Crew here, they are also increasing their stroke rate, and now they're at a 38 as well. So both crews bringing their rate up, going for the last as fast as they can to get as much spacing as they can from each other as they're coming into the last 250 meters. All right, folks, let's watch for Long Beach here. They have now closed the gap on Capital. They are sitting about 1 seat down on Capital here. So the race to watch is for this bronze medal position between Capital and Long Beach. Here we go. Marin, your defending champions, coming across just the final few strokes here into that gold medal position. Newport also second place silver medal. And Capital Crew here continuing in that third place position. Long Beach. It's going to be a one to watch here into the finish here. Who's going to get it? Capital or Long Beach? Coming down to the wire here. It's going to be a photo finish, but it looks like Long Beach is taking over from Capital in that fourth place position. San Diego edging out for fifth with Oakland finishing. All right, Adrian, we'll turn it back over to you for the women's 2v8.
I'm listening to the finish of all of these races. It just gets my adrenaline up. I can only imagine what it's like standing on that shoreline, watching these young athletes come down the course and fulfill some dreams and goals that they've had all year to get a national championship. Coming up, though, it is the women's 2v8 grand final. We're looking at 6 boats on the course with Newport in lane 1, Marin in lane 2, Newport B in lane 3, Oakland Strokes in lane 4, Capital Crew in lane 5, and NorCal in lane 6. All right, we have had a start here in this women's 2v8. Coming out of the starting blocks hot, it is going to be lane 1, Newport. Marin right with them in lane 2. Also with a great start here, Oakland. So those are your top 3 boats here. Again, very early on, we're not even quite at 250 meters gone, but I did have Newport clocked at 46 minutes. Start sequence, of course, settling down and the pace we're doing here. There's 500, all about setting a tone of the race. What kind of attitude do you want to have going in to the body of this piece? It's all about confidence. It's all about putting on the best race of this regatta. It's putting out maybe the best race of your lives. For some of these athletes, this might be wrapping up their season. This might be wrapping up their rowing career. Some of these athletes, of course, going to move on to the Youth National Championship. But for some, this could be it. So a lot of emotion here in these boats. We've got a good cross-section of experienced athletes and some much younger. This Newport boat in lane 1 does comprise a pretty young crew, They did win the Crew Classic here, and they are putting that on display as they are in the first place position. They're sitting with a 6-seat advantage over Marin. Marin right next to them in lane 2. Marin is the defending championship in this event at the Southwest Youth Championships. Marin now sitting with 6 seats over our third place crew out of Oakland Strokes. So Oakland in third place. In contact, though, is lane 5 Capital. So Capital sitting about 7 seats down from Oakland Strokes. Back to Capital by about 7 seats will be our 5th place crew, Newport B. Newport B sitting bow to stern over NorCal. At 750 meters, though, Newport Aquatic Center very patient as that coxswain looks across at the bow ball of the Marin boat. She continues to just inch forward with every stroke. Let me get a stroke rating for you on the ladies of Newport. I have both Newport and Marin clocked at 35 strokes a minute. As we approach the halfway point, these two crews well out in front. Newport now looking for open water by the halfway point, and I believe that they shall have it. They have it right now. 1 seat for them, 1 seat for Newport as they take a focus or maybe a pressure move here just shy of 1,000 meters to solidify that gold medal position that they currently have. Marin also moving really well as they extend their lead over third place Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes holding off a furious charge here by Newport B. Newport B rowing out of lane 3. Newport B now sitting 3 seats over Capital Crew in lane 5. And then in the 6th place position, continuing back by a bit of open water, it will be NorCal. But watching up front, it is all about Newport with open water over Marin. Marin in 2nd, Oakland Strokes in 3rd.
All right, thank you, Adrian. So just as we came across that halfway point here, Newport rowing at a strong 34.5 stroke rate. So sitting tall and long and really just continuing to extend their lead in that first place position. Still closely behind, though, here in 2nd place is the crew from Marin. But Marin now rowing at a 36.5 as they're watching Oakland Strokes in 3rd place. So Oakland now just about bow to stern with Marin. Oakland rowing at a 30, almost a 37 here as they're approaching that 500 meters to go. 4th place continues to be the crew from Newport in lane 3. Newport sitting about 4 seats down on the crew from Oakland. All right, now into the spectator area, your crew with a very commanding lead. Newport now sitting almost 2 boat lengths open water over the defending champions from Marin. Marin open water over the 3rd and 4th place crew. Right now, both Newport and Oakland sitting bow ball to bow ball, trying to go for that bronze medal position. I'll give the edge right now to Oakland in 3rd place, with Newport just a seat or 2 behind. So all these crews starting to increase their stroke rate as they're coming in to the final few 100 meters here as they're sprinting for the finish line. And that is your Newport B boat here trying to go for that 3rd place position. So 2 crews from Newport battling for medals right now. That first crew from Newport, that A boat rowing strong and long here, coming into the finish. Gold medalist here. Marin continuing in that silver medal position. The race to watch, that third place position here. Right now, Oakland continuing to lead over Newport B. Watching the finish line, folks, here. And it looks like Oakland Strokes will hold on for that third place position over Newport. Fifth place will go to Capital Crew, and NorCal finishing in sixth. Adrian, back to you.
And thank you so much, Tricia. Nice call in the women's 2v8. Not even really a chance to take a breath as we move back over to the racing action up at the start. Up next is going to be the women's 3v8 grand final. What I'd like to note from that previous race in the 2v is that Newport had those two entries, so that means they had their 2v plus their 3v, both looking to qualify for the Youth National Championship. So really a lot to be said about the strength of that women's program. Coming up, though, it is the women's 3v8. They are going through the polls here. So this race having come out of the time trials, they didn't have to go through the semis, so just out of the time trials on Friday. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Marin B. Lane 4, NorCal. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes. Lane 6, Marin C. And lane 7, St. Ignatius. So yes, Marin here with 3 boats. Again, since we don't have novice categories anymore, this is an excellent way for those beginning rowers to really showcase their talents and their speed at the top championship event in the Southwest. Coming out of the gates, it will be the A boat from Marin that's taking the lead. Not quite at 250 meters, and they already have a bow to stern advantage over the rest of the field. So still a lot of overlap between the rest of the crews. It is only Marin that has pushed themselves out because these other boats, the other 6, are really quite close to each other. I'm going to give an advantage to the second place position going to Newport. So this would be their 4th varsity boat. Newport looking to extend second place over the third place crew from Marin. This is Marin B rowing out of lane 3. Marin B looking at 3 seats over 4th place NorCal. So NorCal rowing out of lane 4 right down the center of the race course. So NorCal in 4th. They are sitting 3 seats over our 5th place crew from Oakland Strokes. Oakland 4 seats over the 3rd entry from Marin. That's Marin C rowing out of lane 6. So Marin C with the bow to stern advantage over St. Ignatius rowing out of lane 7. So I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but St. Ignatius is a scholastic program that rows on Lake Merced in San Francisco, generally drawing athletes from other sports and not starting until February. So really doing an amazing job here in this 3v8. Again, fielding a lot of athletes. If you're able to field a 3v8, you got a lot of athletes on your squad and doing a great job staying still within contact to lane 6, that Marin C boat. But out front, it is Marin A now with a half a boat length of open water over Newport. Newport extending their lead, so Newport in that second place position. They are now extending bow to stern over the B entry from Marin. So Marin B in 3rd, but now just by 1 seat over NorCal. NorCal making a big move here at 750 meters to see if they can pull up into that 3rd place position, maybe overtake Marin for that 3rd place spot, but Marin answering that call, now taking inches away from NorCal. So we'll watch those 2 crews as they battle down the line, perhaps for one of those medals. .35.5 strokes a minute for Marin. Lots of confidence coming out of that boat. One of the things that's nice about being here on the water is that you can hear the intensity coming from the coxswains, you can hear their race calls, and a lot of that emotion as they urge their crews through this second 500. Coming across the halfway point, it will be Marin with their bow first across that marker. One full boat length of open water for them as Newport chases. Newport now with half a length over Marin B. Marin B now extending their lead over NorCal. NorCal in fourth, but chasing. NorCal sitting bow to stern over Oakland Strokes. Back to Oakland Strokes by a bit of open water. Your sixth place crew will be Marin C. And then finally in seventh, it is St. Ignatius. We'll turn it over to Tricia for the last call for this women's 3v8.
Thanks, Adrian. So as these crews go past the halfway point, the order is pretty much the lanes that they are in. We've got Marin with a commanding lead. This crew, this third level crew, rowing very well, very poised. They've got great rhythm, just really relaxed and holding the lead over the field here. Second place, Newport, sitting open water over the third place crew in lane 3, Marin B. You saw early in the race, Marin B and NorCal really battling it out for that third place position, but it seems like Marin B is taking water with every stroke right now as they are now sitting bow to stern over fourth place NorCal. NorCal sitting bow to stern over your fifth place crew from Oakland Strokes with Marin C and St. Ignatius trailing. These crews just beginning to enter the spectator viewing area here. Starting to separate out just a bit here, but between all of the different crews here. So a lot of open water between your first and second place crews from Marin and Newport to your third place crew, the Marin B boat. So just as Adrian said, pretty incredible to have 3 Marin boats in this third level final race. Really shows the depth of this program. Fourth place from NorCal, and in fifth place continues to be Oakland Strokes. So all crews just passing the 500-meter mark to go. And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So coming across the beach right now here, our women's 3v8 final. Marin continuing with that solid lead in the gold medal position. Watching the crews behind them, just pacing very well here, still rowing very strong, very long, bringing their stroke rate up here, this final race of their season, as they're coming into that final sprint here. Second place from Newport Aquatic Center. Your third place crew continuing to be the Marin B boat. Fourth place crew is going to be NorCal. Fifth place is Oakland Strokes. And we're going to watch for the final sprint here between the Marin C boat and St. Ignatius for this final 2 positions in this third Varsity 8 final. And just now finishing here, Marin C edging out the crew from St. Ignatius. Well done for this third level final for the women's 3v8. We'll turn it back to the start line for the next race.
And thank you, Trisha. We have had a start here in the next race of the day. This is the women's under 16 coxed quad. So this is a boat that does have the benefit of having a coxswain to steer the course for you. And a lot of these athletes very young in their rowing career. Out on the course, it will be lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, North Bay. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Pacific, and Lane 6, Berkeley High School. And as we saw coming out of the semifinals, it is Marina Aquatic Center with a really strong start here. They're sitting with lead advantage over Norcal, sitting now 4 seats over our third place crew from Los Gatos. Los Gatos close to North Bay. Los Gatos sitting maybe a half seat over North Bay. North Bay with 2 seats over our 5th place crew from Berkeley High School, and then back just a little bit will be Pacific. But still a lot of contact with all of these boats as we come up to 500 meters gone. Keep our eye on the racing for that 3rd place position between North Bay and Los Gatos. Los Gatos with a very strong rowing program. Very strong sculling program, excuse me. Of course, they have a strong rowing program, but the sculling program are really quite dynamic over the years and gathering a lot of strength, a lot of trophies and medals for them over the last few years in the sculling program. And here we are with the younger athletes showing their level of expertise as they try to hold off a really good charge here by North Bay. That North Bay coxswain looking across at the other crews, so keeping her athletes abreast of what is happening out on the race course. That's difficult to do in a bow-loaded force, so those coxswains are down in the bow of the boat. They can't see behind them. They can, of course, see up the race course, but they can see only what's happening up front, and they've got to kind of have eyes in the back of their heads. Los Gatos still doing a nice job. They're holding on to that 3rd place position, now just by 2 seats over North Bay. North Bay with about a seat of open water over now 5th place Pacific. Berkeley High School falling back to 6th. But up front, it is those flashy turquoise blades of Marina Aquatic Center continuing to extend their lead over NorCal. NorCal in that beautiful blue boat, rowing very cleanly here in this second 500. So both Marina and NorCal with open water over the rest of the field. 750 meters gone. It's about 2 seats of open water there for NorCal in second over Los Gatos. Los Gatos now with 3 seats over North Bay. North Bay, a really strong program here. They've got 20 entries with 26 athletes. So over the course of this regatta, many of these athletes rowing 2 to 3 events. That's a lot of racing over the course of 3 days. So awesome to see them here in this grand final. A few of their ladies going on to development camp later on this summer. So really building up the strength of that program with these young women. Doing a nice job here holding on to Los Gatos. So North Bay in 4th, but they have not lost contact. So there is still a lot of racing left here as we come up to the halfway point. So we'll keep our eye on both Los Gatos and North Bay to be into one of those medaling positions. Pacific still in 5th, Berkeley High School continuing in 6th. And up front, it will be Marina Aquatic Center pulling up to about a length or so of open water over NorCal. NorCal about the same over Los Gatos. 1,000 meters to go here. This is the women's under 16 coxed quad.
Thanks, Adrian. So yes, this is the women's under 16 coxed quad. So young crews here, but they are executing their race plans very well. All these crews looking really poised and controlled and really just walking through their race plans. So now in their 3rd 500, starting to really dig in and really make sure that they're solidifying the positions that they're in. And we're seeing just a little bit more movement here in that 3rd place crew from Los Gatos starting to move away from North Bay as they crossed that halfway point. Marina Aquatic Center, like you said, those blue flashy blades way out in front here. They've got an open water lead over the 2nd place crew from NorCal. I think the crew to watch right now, though, is Los Gatos. They seem to be taking a move here where they're starting to come into the boat of NorCal. So they are sitting about bow to stern now with NorCal as they're coming through that third 500. North Bay's definitely not giving up, though, here. They are continuing to press and push Los Gatos, and that's really what you want to see in these races here. Everybody pushing each other through all the way down the course. You never know what can happen here in these third 500 and as you get into the finish line as we've been seeing today. So Marina out in front. NorCal in second here. Third place Los Gatos charging here on NorCal. Fourth place continuing to be North Bay. Our fifth place crew from Pacific and sixth place crew in Berkeley High School as we're just coming into that last 500 meters to go. Marina Aquatic Center continuing to open their lead here now. Solid 2 boat lengths or more of open water as they're going to just begin to enter that spectator viewing area. So watch them here in lane 1 coming down the course. NorCal crew here continuing in that second place. They took a few seats back here. They had a good move, so they now opened up their second place lead here by about 4 seats of open water over the crew from Los Gatos. Los Gatos continuing in that third place position. North Bay's definitely not giving up though here. North Bay has their bow overlapping the stern of Los Gatos. So we're going to continue to watch the North Bay crew as they're coming into this final finish here, looking for the third position, bronze medal position. Just across the finish line here, Marina Aquatic Center in that gold medal position for this women's under 16 coxed quad. Your silver medalist, NorCal crew. And holding off the charge from North Bay, your third place crew is Los Gatos. We'll go ahead and turn it back to the start line.
All right, here we are with a start in the women's under 17 4. There are 6 boats on the course with Marin in lane 1, Newport in 2, Los Gatos in lane 3, Oakland Strokes in lane 4, Pacific in lane 5, and San Diego in lane 6. In this grand final, we're looking at some top-end crews that really have a strong history in this category. Pacific took second at the Youth National Championships. Oakland was 4th. Marin was 5th. So we're seeing a lot of top-end speed in this category with the U17s. So early on here, we do have push its nose out in front. That is Marin. Marin with about 2 seats right now over lane 3, Los Gatos. Los Gatos and Newport dead even for that second or third place position. In 4th, we're going to go back to lane 4. That's Oakland Strokes. Oakland sitting bow to stern over San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego sitting 2 seats over Pacific. So all boats approaching, the first 500 meters gone, and a lot of overlap, a lot of contact between these boats. As we are just early on in the stages, these boats settling into their base rhythm. And it's gotten actually even a little bit tighter here. At the 500 meter mark, it is 4 bows, basically straight across. I'm looking at Marin, Newport, Los Gatos, Oakland, so close to each other, separated out just by about a foot. Marin still with that slight advantage for the lead, but pushing is Newport and Los Gatos. It's tightening up here up front. Marin trying to maybe put down the hammer here a little bit as they come up to now a 2-seat advantage over Los Gatos, now in second place. Los Gatos sitting just 1 seat over Newport. Newport a half a seat over Oakland Strokes. Back to Oakland Strokes, it will be a 4-seat advantage back to 5th place San Diego. So San Diego in 5th, sitting just a half a seat over Pacific. Really tight racing here. This is probably the tightest race we've seen all morning. As these crews come up to 750 meters gone, it does look like Marin still barely holding on to that top spot. But now with Newport pushing their bow out in front, Newport maybe a bow ball over Marin. Los Gatos sitting right there, so just, inches separating these crews as we approach the halfway line. It's going to be so much fun to watch what happens here in this third 500. The third 500 is where it gets real. That's where the technique and the fitness really come into play. So we're going to keep our eye very closely on these top boats as they approach the halfway point. Newport now sitting 1 foot over Marin. Those bow decks just overlapping. Depending on whose blades are in the water, that's who your leader is. It's either Marin or Newport for that lead. These 2 boats pushing each other so hard that they now have a 4-seat advantage over Los Gatos. Los Gatos now sitting bow to stern over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes in 4th. Back to them by 4 seats. It will be Pacific in 5th. 4 seats for Pacific over 6th place San Diego. This is the women's under 17 4. Tight battle up front between Marin and Newport. Los Gatos in 3rd. Oakland Strokes chasing.
All right, thank you, Adrian. Yes, this race sure is shaping up now here in this third 500. Newport rowing at a 30 strokes per minute here, out in the lead now. They've got about 6 seats over the crew in lane 1 from Marin in your second place position. Third place will look to lane 3 at Los Gatos. Those 3 boats here sitting just bow to stern over your 4th place crew from Pacific rowing in lane 5. So Pacific with just maybe a bow ball advantage over Oakland Strokes, and San Diego here rowing in the 6th place position right now. Newport really continuing to separate themselves from Marin. They're sitting bow to stern now in that 1st place position. Marin being challenged by the crew in lane 3, Los Gatos. So Marin in 2nd, but being challenged by Los Gatos right now. But Los Gatos needs to keep their eye on lane 5 Pacific. So Pacific starting to make a charge here. They've taken a couple seats over the last few strokes here over Oakland. So Pacific in 4th, but challenging right now with Los Gatos. All right, here, just about coming into the spectator viewing area, your lead crew here, Newport Aquatic Center. Marin now turning up the heat. They're starting to challenge here. They're not going to go away quietly here. So bringing that rate up, Marin starting to challenge Newport. Third place will continue to be Los Gatos. Your fourth place crew Pacific here sitting bow to stern. So Los Gatos responded well to Pacific's challenge earlier here. So Los Gatos bow to stern over Pacific. Pacific in a battle here with Oakland for that fourth and fifth positions. Got a solid race here for your top three boats, but we want to watch this fourth place position here as the top four crews will go on to the Youth National Championship. Newport in the lead. Marin continuing in second place. Your bronze place position here right now, Los Gatos. Pacific right now in that fourth place qualifying position for Youth Nationals. We'll see if Pacific can hold on here through the finish line.
All right, and we are underway and approaching the first 500 meters gone here for the men's under 17 double grand final. With 6 boats on the course, we're looking at Oakland Strokes in lane 1, lane 2, Redwood Scullers, lane 3, Brophy Prep, lane 4, Artemis, lane 5, Los Gatos, lane 6, Artemis B. And out in front, just as we come across 500 meters, I'm looking at a lead, very slight for Artemis, with the next closest crew, Redwood Scullers, out of lane 2. And just as I said that, Redwood Scullers taking over the lead, Artemis slipping back to 6, also looking at a very strong start here by Oakland Strokes against the shoreline. Those top 3 boats pushing themselves away from the rest of the field, now with a bit of open water separating. In the 4th place position, it is the second crew from Artemis out in lane 6, sitting just off the stern deck of their teammates there over in lane 4. So great showing here for the small club from Oakland with those beautiful mint green blades. So lane 6 Artemis in 4th. They are sitting with a 2-seat advantage over our 5th place crew from Brophy Prep. Brophy Prep, a small private school, and looking at a bow to stern advantage over 6th place Los Gatos. So last year Redwood Scullers in this event was 6th at the Youth National Championship. So certainly a lot of history there as these crews come down the race course. We're looking at Redwood Scullers now taking over that top spot, bow to stern over Oakland Strokes. Artemis in lane 4, still in 3rd, still within contact to the stern deck of that Oakland Strokes boat. Something to note here as we see quite a few of these large programs like Oakland Strokes, Marin, NorCal, Newport, putting out a lot of really fast sculling boats. So a testament to the strength of sculling in the United States, as a lot of these athletes are learning how to row in the smaller boats and putting down some really fast times here. So Oakland against the shoreline, showing that right now in this under 17 double. At the halfway point, it is now open water for Redwood Scullers out of lane 2. They're looking at a couple of feet of open water over Oakland Strokes, and then now back by open water Artemis, all by themselves there in lane 4 in the 3rd place position. So quite a bit of open water on either side as they hold on to that 3rd place spot. And then lurking just off of their stern deck in 4th are their teammates rowing out of lane 6. So Artemis for 3rd and 4th, Brophy Prep in 5th, and Los Gatos in 6th.
And the men's U17 double now past the halfway markers, approaching 1250. The leader, as you heard, Redwood Scullers, rowing at 32 strokes a minute. They're in first place. In second place, Lane 1 Oakland at 34 strokes per minute. We then go back to third place and Lane 4 Artemis Rowing Club. They're in that third bronze medal position. The race for fourth place has tightened up between the Artemis B boat and Brophy in lane 3. So it's lane 6 and lane 3 duking it out for that fourth qualifying position for Youth Nationals. So again, the leader, Redwood Scullers, followed by Oakland for silver and Artemis A for the bronze medal position. But now Brophy slightly overtaking Artemis B for that fourth and critical qualifying position to go on to Youth Nationals. The top two boats now at 1,500 meters. So that's Redwood Scullers and Oakland now with 4 boat lengths of open water. They're past 1,500 and third place Artemis is only now approaching it. So a big healthy open water advantage for the two leaders. All boats rowing cleanly. Water conditions are nice. A little bit of a breeze going across the middle of the course. Certainly a little bit of a chill, but these rowers are working hard enough to keep that body heat up. The defending champion for this event is the Redwood Scullers program. So here they are again in a position to bring home the cup to their program just like they did last year. So Redwood Scullers doing a super job here holding off Oakland by open water for that gold medal and bring home the cup position, as well as getting the first invite to Youth Nationals. Oakland in second along the shore in lane 1. And we still go back to Artemis in lane 4 for third, but the race continues to be between Brophy and Artemis B for that fourth qualifying position. Now Artemis B is on the outside. They're all the way across the lake in lane 6. Here comes Redwood Scullers to the line. Defending champions for this event. Oakland chasing them, but still down by a length. Oakland for the silver. And it appears now Artemis B has overtaken San Diego. With about 10 strokes to go, it looks like Artemis could get the bronze as well as that fourth and critical invite to Youth Nationals. There's Artemis across for the bronze. San Diego, Brophy charging and not quite enough at the end. So Artemis B in fourth, followed by Brophy, and then finally Los Gatos. We'll turn it over to Adrian for the next event, which will be the women's youth single.
And thank you so much, Bob. We've got 6 boats on the course, already past 500 meters. In lane 1, Anna Haltley from Waterford. Lane 2, Eliana Rosenfeld from Tempe Junior Crew. Lane 3, Alexandra Pearson of Newport Seabase. Lane 4, Alexandra Baugh of California Yacht Club. Lane 5, Ella Gusick of Lake Las Vegas. And lane 6, Kara Schillinger of Xavier Prep. But out in front already with a bit of open water, looking for a commanding lead, is going to be lane 1, Anna Haltley of Waterford. To note, she was third at the Youth National Championship in this event, so we're going to be looking for some really good top-end speed out of this small program from Utah. So great showing here for Waterford. In the second place position, we're going to move over to lane 5. That's Ella Gusick. She was 6th at the Youth National Championship in the under 17 single. So stepping up here to the women's youth single, she is sitting with a really nice positioning behind the athlete from Waterford. So Ella actually coming up to take a little bit of space away from the lead that Anna Haltley has generated in the first part of this race. Just behind Ella off of her stern deck, it is going to be lane 3, Alexandra Pearson from Newport Seabase. So those are your top 3 boats at this time. Sitting bow to stern over our fourth place crew, it will be Tempe Juniors. So in lane 2, Tempe Juniors sitting in fourth. This athlete, Eliana Rosenfeld, headed to Stanford next year. She was fourth in this event at Youth Nationals. So we've got a lot of speed here on the water. In fifth, it will be lane 4, Alexandra Baugh from the California Yacht Club rowing in Marina Del Rey. And then back a bit by open water, it's going to be Xavier Prep, Kara Schillinger. So coming across the line at the 1,000-meter line, it's going to be Anna Haltley of Waterford, followed by Lake Las Vegas. And then really close here between Newport Sea Base and Tempe Juniors. Also in contact, Alexandra Baugh from California Yacht Club, a little bit off the back in 6, continuing to be Xavier Prep.
Thanks, Adrian. So we've got our first place crew right now here rowing in lane 1 out of Waterford. Rowing very long, very strong here. She's looking over though because that Ella from Lake Las Vegas in that second place position, sitting just a couple seats back at open water. Third place, a good battle here between Tempe Junior and Newport Sea Base, continuing here to solidify this third place position. In fifth place, we have Alexandra from California Yacht Club. But continuing to lead, we've got Waterford in lane 1. So looks like she's beginning to pick up the pace just a bit, starting to open her lead. She's got about 3 seats, maybe 4 seats open water now over Lake Las Vegas in lane 5. So Lake Las Vegas being challenged here now. It looks like Tempe Junior now starting to pick up the pace here. So she's closed the gap quite a bit here on Ella from Lake Las Vegas. So the race for third here really beginning to pick up even more here. So more boats closing in, really beginning to push the pace as they're crossing 500 meters to go. Your leader, Anna Haltley from Waterford. Second place continuing to be Lake Las Vegas, but being challenged hard now by Tempe Junior. So actually Tempe Junior is really mounting a charge, and just now I'm going to go ahead and give her the edge as she's pulling into that silver medal position. So your leader, Waterford. Second place, Tempe Juniors. Third place, Lake Las Vegas. And also working hard here and not far behind in fourth place is going to be Newport Sea Base. So strong battle here for that second, third, and fourth position. Remember, top 4 will go on to the Youth National Championship. So these 4 crews here really beginning just to solidify their medal positions and their finish. Fifth place, continuing California Yacht Club, and trailing will be Xavier. Just about 2:50 to go. Tempe now worked her way up into a bow to stern advantage over Lake Las Vegas in third. So we're going to watch the finish line here as we watch to see what Newport Sea Base and Lake Las Vegas do here coming into that third and fourth position. Anna Haltley of Waterford continuing her commanding lead here. just crossing for that gold medal position here. Now your silver medalist going to lane 2, Tempe Juniors. And the third place bronze medal position is going to be Newport Sea Base, unofficially here over Lake Las Vegas. California Yacht Club, and then Xavier Prep Trailing. Adrian, we'll turn it back over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We have an important announcement. Would a Henry J. Winkler, I repeat, Henry J. Winkler, please come to the finish line. We have your Sapphire preferred card,
I wouldn't say why.
as well as a little wallet you left.
All right, and we're back in the racing action here up at the top of the race course. This is the men's under 16 double grand final. In lane 1, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 2, California Yacht Club. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, River City. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes. Lane 6, Cal Yacht Club B. And Lane 7, NorCal. So these under 16 doubles did progress directly out of the time trial on Friday. So they've had a little bit of rest, unless, of course, they've been doubling over into other events, which is very likely. Between all of these different race categories, there's a lot of opportunity for athletes to race this weekend at the Southwest Youth Championships. But right now, up in front, 150 meters, it's going to be lanes 1 and 2, putting themselves out to an early lead. Advantage for the lead position going to California Yacht Club in lane 2. They are sitting with about 1 seat over Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach rowing in lane 1. Back to Long Beach, bow to stern, it's going to be our third place crew from Los Gatos. Los Gatos in third, but just barely, as lane 5, Oakland Strokes, also in the mix for one of those top 3 positions. Fifth place is going to go to the B entry from Cal Yacht Club. They are rowing out of lane 6. Back to them by 1 length. In 6th, it's going to be lane 4, River City, and then NorCal. So lots of contact between all of these boats. So no big breakaway lead at this point early on. But now the leader has changed past 500 meters in. The leader is going to come out of lane 1. That is Long Beach Juniors. They really threw down a pretty hot time in the time trials. So we're going to look to them for another speedy race here in this men's under 16 double. Behind them, Cal Yacht Club continues to chase. And then now in that third place position, it will be Los Gatos. Los Gatos now sitting with a slight open water lead over fourth place Oakland Strokes. Bow seat of that Oakland Strokes boat, looking across at Los Gatos, trying to see if he can urge his stroke seat on to maybe gain a little bit more ground, come back into contention for a medal. Los Gatos is closest to them in that mark. And with these small boats, a lot can change. So very small moves, very small power or focus moves can really make a big difference in these small boats as they react really quickly. And I'm watching that be very effective here for Oakland. They're still in fourth, but getting just a little bit closer to Los Gatos as we progress up the race course. But now back to the leader. It is an open water lead. We've got about a length of open water for Long Beach Juniors against the shoreline. We're just shy of 1,000 meters gone. They continue to extend out and really show their strength and maturity here in this under 16 double. California Yacht Club looking very patient. Long strokes here out of that lane 2 Cal Yacht Club entry. They are sitting bow to stern over Los Gatos. Los Gatos rowing at a little bit higher stroke rate, trying to hold off that charge from Oakland Strokes. So we'll watch them as they come through this third 500. Behind by a bit of open water. In 5th, it's going to be lane 4, River City. River City overlapping the stern deck. For 5th place, Cal Yacht Club B. Cal Yacht Club B sitting just about 2 seats over NorCal in lane 7. We'll turn it back over to the finish line for the final of this men's under 16 double final.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you heard from Adrian, the U16 men's double now coming down the course. This is a brand new event this year. The U16 double for the men and women and the U16 single for the men and women. Brand new events put on by USRowing at this regatta. So it's another chance for the younger kids to get on the water and race, and here they come down the course. This is not an event that goes to youth nationals. So this is the grand finale for these kids as they race here for medals. So the leader continues to be lane 1, Long Beach. Long Beach now with 2 boat lengths open water over lane 2, California Yacht Club. California Yacht Club 2 seats over 3rd place, Los Gatos. Los Gatos bowed astern ahead of 4th place, River City. River City with lots of open water between themselves and the next closest crew from lane 5. Let me start again, folks. So in lane 1, Long Beach, they're in the lead, followed by lane 2, a great race now between Cal Yacht Club and Los Gatos. Then we go outside to lane 5, Oakland Strokes in 4th, back inside River City to 5th, then Cal Yacht Club and NorCal, the 2 trailing boats in the outside lanes. Now the race for the silver medal, that's the race to watch here. That's between lanes 2 and 3, Cal Yacht Club and Los Gatos. They are bow here as they come down the course. Cal Yacht Club with the white chevron on their blades. They have a white diagonal chevron, blue blade with a white chevron. In lane 3, Los Gatos come down the course just with brand new blades. They're unpainted still, they're just white. But Cal Yacht Club just holding off Los Gatos right now by a half or a quarter deck actually, if even that, as they come into the last 250. So these crews are racing for the medals, and then that's it for this event. It doesn't go any further. Long Beach for the gold. Long Beach has had some pretty good crews here today, as we've seen when they come into the last stretch. Long Beach here looking really good, paying attention to the drama behind them between Cal Yacht Club and Los Gatos. So that's going to be the finish to see who gets the silver and who gets the bronze medal. Will it be Cal Yacht Club or Los Gatos? This is the grand final for the men's U16 doubles. 2 rowers, 2 oars each, all rowers under the age of 16. Cal Yacht Club and Los Gatos, they're fighting so hard, they're slowly getting closer to Long Beach, but Long Beach still has the gold medal as they come to the line. But who's going to get the silver? Is it Cal Yacht Club or Los Gatos? It's looking like Cal Yacht Club as they sprint a little bit harder here as they come to the line. It is Cal Yacht Club. It is Cal Yacht Club for the silver behind gold medal Long Beach and Los Gatos for the bronze. And then we have Oakland Strokes for the 4th place position. Then on the outside, NorCal, followed by River City, and then Cal Yacht Club B. Let's turn it back over to Adrian for the next race, the men's U17 eights.
All right, and we are off to an early start here in the men's under 17-8 grand final. These did progress out of the time trial and out of the semifinals. In lane 1, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, Long Beach Junior Crew. And already early on, just past 250 meters in, 2 boats pushing themselves out to an early lead. That is Marin and NorCal. Marin returning about 5 athletes, returning a bunch of athletes actually out of the under 16-8 that took second at the Youth National Championships. So Marin with a lot of athletes with good experience under their belts here. Just 5 sophomores and 3 freshmen making up this boat, so a lot to look forward to in that Marin program. But NorCal right there, NorCal now taking the lead just by about a foot over Marin. These 2 boats well out in front. Back to both Marin and NorCal by a length. It will be our 3rd place crew, Newport rowing out of lane 4. A lot of maturity in that Newport boat, looking very clean, very sharp blade work. Top 3 boats at 500 meters gone, now leaving the other crews back behind by about a length. So I'm looking at 3 crews in in fourth, fifth, and sixth that are just dead even. So 3 bow balls straight across between Pacific, Capital, and Long Beach Juniors. Up front, it is still tight between NorCal and Marin. NorCal nipped Marin at the Crew Classic. I know that's really early season racing, but it looks like it has just been super tight all the way through the spring. So in semifinals, we looked at some very similar times coming out of those 2 boats. So this is going to be a fun race to watch as we progress down the race course. These crews very fast and certainly putting on a good show here up front. Right now, Marin now taking over that lead, 750 meters, but just by about 1 seat over NorCal. We'll see what kind of moves NorCal has to answer that. And again, we are still early in this race. It is that third 500 where we see a lot of the movement coming out of these crews. And just as I'm saying that, I am watching a good push here by NorCal to try and push ahead of Marin just before that 1,000-meter line. So NorCal sitting now with 2 seats over Marin, back to Marin by open water. Newport by themselves in that 3rd place position. Behind Newport by a bit of open water, it's still too close to call for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Slight advantage going to Pacific for that 4th place spot. And then Capital and Long Beach in 5th and 6th. But NorCal at the 1,000-meter line, it is their bow first across that marker, just by about 1 seat now over Marin. It's going to tighten up as we head down the race course. It is who's got what in the tank. This last half of this race is going to be hot. NorCal and Marin leaving everyone else in their wakes. Newport by themselves in 3rd with 3 boats chasing Pacific, Capital, and Long Beach in 4th, 5th, and 6th. This is the men's under 17 8 grand final.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you just heard from Adrian, the men's U17-8s now coming into the last 1,000. A special note is that Marin Rowing Association not only won this event here last year, but they went on to win it at the Youth National Championships. So Marin is not only the defending Southwest, but also the defending national champions in this youth event. But they've got their hands full with a very determined NorCal boat in lane 2. It's still bow ball to bow ball between them as they come down the course. 3rd place continues to be lane number 4, Newport. Newport open water behind these 2 leaders from Marin and NorCal. Pacific continues in 4th. Pacific's in lane 3, and they're in 4th place by about 5 seats over over Long Beach, and Capital Crew in the trailing position in lane 5. So with 500 meters to go, we're going to look back towards the front here because these 2 teams, NorCal and Marin, are duking it out. But as expected, and I'm not surprised at all, Marin has taken the lead. They are the defending national champions and Southwest champions of this event, and they are now extending their lead by 7 seats over NorCal. So just in that brief period of time while we check the whole field, Marin hit the afterburners, and they've got their coxswain now past the bow ball of NorCal. So looking fantastic for another gold medal for the Marin program this weekend. NorCal chasing hard for the silver, followed by Newport and Pacific. Top 4 boats get the automatic invite to Youth Nationals. And right now that's Marin, NorCal, Newport, and Pacific, with Long Beach and Capital chasing in the trailing positions. Now Long Beach on the outside in the yellow jerseys, they are trying to move up and catch Pacific and overtake for that 4th place position, but Pacific is still holding on. Marin, the defending national and Southwest champions, to the line here for the gold. NorCal for the silver. Newport for the bronze. But now we've got a race on our hands. Fourth place gets to go to Youth Nationals. Will it be Pacific or Long Beach? Pacific charging hard now. Pacific taking it up. Pacific still in fourth and holding on to it. It will be Pacific for fourth. Long Beach for fifth. Capital for sixth. And with that, we go back to Adrian at the starting line for the men's U17-8 B boat final.
Great racing there in that under 17-8. Now we're going to see the B level or 2V of the under 17s. There are 7 boats on the course here. This event progressed out of the time trials on Friday. So we do see 7 boats on the course with Marin in lane 1, Marin B in lane 2, lane 3, Pacific in 4, Newport in lane 5, Oakland Strokes in lane 6, and Marina Aquatic Center in lane 7. We'll be back with the start in just a minute. Boats are still coming into the starting blocks and getting alignment and making their last adjustments before we head down the race course. Still really conditions out here at Lake Oma. A little bit of breeze. Not really what I would call that much of a wind, but definitely a little bit of movement. Not quite as glassy as it was earlier this morning, but still optimal conditions for some fast racing. We'll be back in just a minute with the start of this under 17-8 B final for the men. Right, a lot of excitement out of the gates here for this men's under 17-8 B final, meaning not a petite final, but these are the B boats of the under 17 category, so the second level of the under 17s. And just as we saw in the previous grand final, we're looking at a lot of big programs here with a lot of depth in their program. So Marin with 2 entries. We've got NorCal, Pacific, Newport, Oakland Strokes, and Marina Aquatic Center. And just at 250 meters gone, our early leader is going to come out of lane 1. That is Marin. It's going to move over to lane 3. That's North. Your third place crew is going to come out of lane 5. That is Newport. Here between, and again, at 500 meters gone, and even the placement in that time frame has changed, and there is quite a bit of separation already between crews. But what's clear is that Marin is just putting down the hammer here and extending their lead now by 6 seats over still third place NorCal. Second place NorCal rowing out of lane 3. In third, it will now be Marin B. So Marin in both first and third. Newport still right there. They are in fourth, but still within contact at 500 meters gone. Back to Newport by 1 length. It will be Pacific. And then Pacific holding about a stern advantage over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes with a bit of open water over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 7. So top of the field here with these fast crews, now with a bit of open water over the rest of the field. So we've got open water behind the top 3 crews. Marin continuing to just inch away from the competition as it heats up now between Marin B and NorCal. NorCal looking at a really good challenge here from Marin B right next to them as Marin B tries to pull even at 750 meters. Listening to some very vocal coxswains as that Marin B boat tries to pull even with NorCal. NorCal answering that challenge right now and pushing themselves a little bit further away. So NorCal 2 seats over Marin B. Marin A up front with an open water lead. 1 length back in fourth, it continues to be Newport. Newport looking at a challenge, though, from Pacific off of their port side. So Pacific rowing out of lane 4. They were second in this event last year. So a lot of strong athletes coming up through the ranks. Newport was 4th in this event last year, and that's currently where they are sitting right now. So we're going to keep an eye on Newport and Pacific as they battle it out down the race course at the halfway point. In 6th, it continues to be Oakland Strokes with Marina Aquatic Center in 7th. But here we go at the halfway point up front, Marin all by themselves against the shoreline. The B boat behind them battling it out with NorCal for that 2nd or 3rd place position. And then for 4th, it is going to be Pacific as they overtake Newport for that 4th place spot. Newport slipping back to 5th, Oakland continuing in 6th, and Marina Aquatic Center in 7th.
And here comes the B final for the men's U17-8s. Now, what do we mean by B final? Well, what it really means, folks, is there are so many U17 men's 8s that these are the second U17-8 from each program. So that's how deep some of these programs are. They have so many kids. They have multiple U17-8s. Now, last year, Marin Rowing Association won this event, and here they are again in the lead to win the event again. Their brother boat, the Marin B boat, currently in 3rd place in lane 2. NorCal in lane 3 is in the silver medal position. NorCal almost 8 seats ahead of Marin B for that silver medal at 500 meters to go. Out in front, it is Marin A. They have over a boat length of open water over NorCal. Back inside, when we go to the inside teams in the middle of the course, we did have Pacific in 4th. Pacific is still there in 4th, just now crossing the 1,500 meter line with 500 meters to go. And they're followed by Newport and then the 2 trailing boats from Oakland and Marina Aquatic Center. So again, Marin, the defending champion in the Southwest region for this event. Believe me, if you're a rowing coach, you would love to have these many athletes. It helps keep the program robust and competitive and everyone on their toes and making all the boats faster. So Marin has that in spades, and their A boat here continues to push away now with almost 3 boat lengths of open water over the field as they come to the line for the gold medal, followed by NorCal for the silver, and then Marin B for the bronze, with Pacific Rowing Club in fourth as we wrap up the men's U17-8 B final here at Lake Natoma. And here comes Pacific for fourth in this grand final, followed by Newport. Then Oakland Strokes. And finally, Marina Aquatic Center, still about 100 meters back. Let's turn it back over to Adrian for the next race, which will be the women's U16-4 with Coxon grand final.
All right, and we have a clean start here for the women's under 16-4 grand final. We've got 7 boats on the course, which means that these boats came directly from the time trials on Friday. So these are your top 7 finishers with overall times taken from that time trial on Friday. A little different racing strategy in the time trials than it is in side-by-side. So it'll be fun to watch exactly how these crews shake it out. At 250 meters, we've got our leader coming from one that is Oakland Stroke. I'll give you the main assignments before we hear their race. Lane 1, Capital Crew in lane 2, Marin in lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center in lane 4, San Diego in lane 5, Capital B in lane 6, and North Bay in lane 7. So again, our leader is going to come out of lane 1. That's Oakland Strokes. They put down a really solid time in the time trials. Behind them by about 4 seats, our second place crew currently will be Marin. They are the defending champion in this event at the Southwest Youth Championships. Sitting just 3 seats behind Marin, it's going to be lane 2, Capital. So those are your top 3 boats. They have open water over the rest of the field, and we're just now coming across. 500 meters gone. Oakland looking very patient there in lane 1 as they continue to lead this event. Back behind Capital sitting in that 3rd place position. Back behind Capital by just a bit of open water, it's going to be lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. Easy to see San Diego as they always have those bright red shells. And they're doing a nice job here actually trying to come back into contact with one of those top 3 boats. They're pushing themselves pretty hard here and sitting 2 seats over Marina Aquatic Center right next to them in lane 4. Back to both San Diego and Marina, it will be our 6th place crew, Capital B, and then in 7th, it will be North Bay. We mentioned North Bay earlier, small program from Petaluma. They have 26 athletes here at the Southwest Regional Championships, and they're entered in 20 events. So that's a lot of racing for those North Bay athletes. We might have already seen them out in some of the smaller boats. So really awesome representation for that club here. But up front, it is still continuing to be Oakland. They really haven't separated themselves that much from the rest of the field because it is heating up between Marin and Capital for that 2nd or 3rd place position. Marin looking to take the advantage over Capital, but Capital really a tenacious crew. They are fighting hard to see if they can maybe push themselves into that second place spot. It is just Marin by a couple of inches over Capital for second. So we're going to keep our eyes on them as they come down that race course. But these top three boats just generating a little bit more distance over our fourth and fifth place crews. San Diego still holding that same positioning between themselves and Marina Aquatic Center. So San Diego just sitting there with about a 2-seat lead over Marina. Marina not wanting to let San Diego slip any further past them. Capital B continues to roll cleanly here on out of lane 6. They've got a lot of water on either side of them, so they're kind of by themselves there in that 6th place position. And then North Bay, again, rowing well, just not quite able to match the speed of these top-end crews. So North Bay in 7th. All right, Tricia, go ahead and take it away. The race to watch here is for that 2nd or 3rd place spot between Capital and Marin. Oakland Strokes in the lead.
Thanks, Adrian. That's right. We've got Oakland Strokes here continuing in their first place position here. They've got their eyes on Marin, though. Marin starting to separate themselves now from lane 2 Capital. So Marin beginning to pull ahead just a bit here. So your top 3, Oakland, Marin, and Capital. There's a bit of open water back, but another really good race going on between the Marina Aquatic Center and San Diego Rowing Club for that 4th and 5th position. And Capital B and North Bay continuing in that 6th and 7th position. So about to approach the spectator viewing area here. We're seeing Oakland start to push themselves ahead just a bit here. They've finally gotten a bit of separation between Marin, so some open water now for Oakland Strokes as they maintain their gold medal leading position. Marin now also beginning to get some separation from Capital. So Marin sitting about 6 seats up on Capital now. Capital continuing in that 3rd place position. San Diego has begun to start edging out Marina Aquatic Centers. So San Diego sitting about 4 to 5 seats over Marina right now. All these crews gearing up for their final sprints here. They're coming into that last 500 meters. So just being patient, staying long, getting ready to start their sprints. So Oakland Strokes just past 500 meters to go. Marin crossing now, and Capital. Those are your top 3 boats right now in this women's U16 4 with Coxswain. All right, well into the 500 meters to go mark here. Oakland continues in the lead. They are now about a boat length of open water over Marin. Marin continuing their charge, holding that silver medal spot. Capital's not giving up though. They are still continuing to charge and push on Marin here. So really pushing Marin down the course, really making them have to work for that silver medal position. Oakland and Marina continuing in 4th and 5th respectively. Capital B boat in 6th place with North Bay trailing. And approach finish now. They led the course from the start here. Oakland Strokes, your gold medalist for this U16 4 final. Silver will go to the crew from it. Capital crew holding on to that bronze medal position. In fourth, we'll look back to San Diego. Then Marine Aquatic Center. The Capital B Boat and North Bay Rowing.
All right, and we're looking at the men's pair here on the water in the grand final. We're already well underway and about 750 meters in lane 1, Newport, lane 2, Capital Crew, lane 3, Pacific, lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center, lane 5, Newport Sea Base, and lane 6, Marin. So a quick update before we hit the halfway point. It has been all about Newport here as they just took off like a rocket out of those starting gates. And we talked a little bit about how difficult it is to row a pair. So the gentlemen that we see here in this grand final really at the top end of where their technique lies. A lot of power and comfort in this boat in order to get that boat up and running well. Newport doing a really great job here as they are well out in front at the halfway point. In second, it's going to be lane 3, Pacific. Pacific looking great in those semifinals. Very solid with these two gentlemen as they come down the race course. Now, the real race right now is for third or fourth place. It's going to be between Capital and Marina Aquatic Center. Marina with that bright pink stripe up the side of their uniforms. So a new look for Marina. And really a nice job here as they continue to chase Capital. Capital very close to Marina, so we're going to watch them as they move through this third 500. In fifth, it's going to be Marin rowing out of lane 6. They are back by just a bit of open water. And then behind them, it will be lane 5, Newport Sea Base. Newport Sea Base just kind of cruising here, not quite able to match the top end speed of these other boats, but Newport walk-away lead for them in this men's pair. This is a hotly contested event at the Youth National Championship, so we've got a lot on the line here with medals and qualifications. We'll go ahead and turn it over to Bob for the final of this men's youth pair.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue on with the race call here, we'd like to give you a very important message from the finish line tent. There are no unauthorized flight vehicles or drones allowed here at the race course, and apparently we have one in the air. That drone needs to be landed immediately as it is interfering with our drone operations for the regatta. So again, no unauthorized drones or flight vehicles at this regatta. We ask that you please land it immediately. You could also be removed from the race course if found. Thank you very much. And now back to the racing. With 500 meters to go, the men's youth pair grand final underway, as you heard. The defending champion for this event is Newport Aquatic Center. They are in the lead in lane 1, so looking to bring home the cup and the gold medal again to their program. Behind Newport, we go to lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club in that silver medal position. And then a great race going on between Marina Aquatic Center and Capital Crew for the bronze medal for the third and fourth place position and that bronze medal. So 4 boats get invited. Those are the 4 right now. Newport, Pacific, Marina, and Capital. Newport Sea Base and Marin are chasing in the outside lanes as they try to come in and get closer in the last 100 meters here. But these 4 boats out in front have an open water advantage. And as they come to the line, again, as you heard, Newport is the defending champion. And here they are again, looking like champions as they come to the line with a gold medal performance in the men's pair. This is the hardest boat to row in terms of steering and balance, and are making it look easy. So Newport for the gold. Here they come. Pacific charging hard for the silver medal. And then back to Capital for that bronze. Capital being chased by Marina Aquatic Center. So Capital's going to get that bronze medal. That was a great race between them and Marina, but Capital has the bronze, and Marina has the 4th place finish, which gets them an invite to Youth Nationals. And then we have Marin and Newport Seabase to round out the field as we turn it back over to Adrian for the next race, the women's U17 single.
All right, and thank you so much, Bob. We are back into the even smaller boats here. This is the women's under 17 single grand final. This is a event that will be contested at the Youth National Championship. We've got a lot of good legacy here coming from last year in lane 1. Olivia Petrie out of Redwood Scholars. She was 2nd at Youth Nationals in this event, so she is sitting in lane 1. Next to her, Marin Bruce of California Yacht Club. In lane 3, it will be Shannon Stewart from Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, another entry from Redwood Scholars in Stella Lynn Frankel. In lane 5, Isabella Juarez from Lake Las Vegas. In lane 6, Lindsay Bader from Los Gatos. So that rounds out the lineup here. And we do have a start, so everyone rowing cleanly. We're just at 250 meters in. And it does look like that lead will come from lane 1, Olivia Petrie. If I count it up, I believe that this is her 7th race of the week, of the weekend. So she went through 3 time trials. Yesterday she went through 3 semifinals, and here she is in her first grand final of the morning. So Olivia already with a 1-length lead. In second, it's going to be her teammate from lane 4, that's Stella Lynn Frankel. She is also from Redwood Scholars. She's just sitting off of the stern deck of Olivia's boat. In third, it's going to be Marin Bruce from California Yacht Club. Those are your top 3 boats. And then back by just a bit of open water, it's going to be Juarez from Lake Las Vegas. Now, just in terms of the history of this event, last year at the Youth National Championships, Lake Las Vegas was 6th in the grand finals, but with a different athlete. We saw Ella Gusick taking a great spot over in the women's youth single, so moving up to the older category. But at 500 meters gone, Olivia Petrie, just a 15-year-old athlete. She represented the United States at the World Championships last year. So if you really think about that, the strength of the Southwest region is just really unparalleled across the country. So we've got a lot of amazing athletes that go on to represent our region at the Youth National Championships and then along the international stage. So really great showing here. But it's tightening up between 2nd and 3rd place. Cal Yacht Club, Marin Bruce, and Frankel from Redwood Scholars side by side, just kind of pacing each other for that 2nd or 3rd place position. Back by a bit more open water continues to be Lake Las Vegas. She has about a half a boat length over our 5th place crew from Marina Aquatic Center. That is Shannon Stewart. Shannon looking at two lengths of open water over the next closest crew, which will be Lindsay Bader, rowing out of Los Gatos. 750 meters gone, all boats approaching the halfway point. In the second 500, you want to look to have a really good rhythm, solid send for your piece, and really get yourself into position for the last half of that race, because that's really when reality hits and the fitness and technique take over. Petrie out in front, able to survey the rest of the field and feel pretty comfortable about her positioning, but as she has performed so well over the weekend in all of the events, one of the things that we want to try and focus on is the race plan. What is your race plan? How can we execute? How can we perform every time that we get out on the water? Those races get just a little bit harder. They get a little bit faster, and you want to push yourself that much more, because this season is not over. What comes next is going to be even harder than it is here. So at the halfway point, Olivia Petrie putting that on display And then for second, it will be now California Yacht Club, Maren Bruce, pushing herself to a 1 boat length lead over Frankel of Redwood Scullers. And then back and forth, it continues to be Isabella Juarez from Lake Las Vegas, followed by Shannon Stewart of Marina Aquatic Center for fifth, and then Lindsay Bader in sixth, representing Los Gatos.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, this race is, you're seeing just a beautiful performance from Olivia in lane one here as she continues just to extend her lead down the race course. For just being 15, she's rowing with such confidence and poise and really just putting on a great show here for how well to row a single. So she continues in a dominant position here in that first place position. Second place now, Maren Bruce from California Yacht Club. She's begun to open up her lead now over lane 4, Stella Frankel. She's got about 2 to 3 boat lengths open water now over Stella. Our fourth place crew continues to be Lake Las Vegas. So all these crews here a bit separated, just continuing to perfect their race plan, really make sure that they're executing exactly what they need to and what they've been training for. And Olivia here in lane 1, just past the last 500-meter mark. So she's into her last 5 meters of the race. And now lane 2, Maren Bruce from California Yacht Club coming into that last 500. So as we just saw here, that third 500 really began to separate these crews, and really as they began to execute their race plan and perfect their stroke rate and exactly what they've been training to do. So we saw quite a bit of separation in that third 500. It's pretty easy to call right here now with Olivia in a very commanding first place lead. She's now just continuing to separate herself even further as she just enters the spectator viewing area. All right, your women's U17 single sculler championship here. Olivia Petrie in lane 1, your gold medal favorite here. Lane 2 in that second place position, Maren Bruce from California Yacht Club. And in third, also from Redwood Scullers, Stella Lynn Frankel. In that last 500 meters here, Marina Aquatic Center pulled up into fourth place, followed by Lake Las Vegas in fifth and Los Gatos in sixth.
Okay, we had a little time to take a breath here at the start as these crews locked into the starting blocks for the men's youth quad grand final. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 3, Redwood Scullers. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, California Yacht Club. Lane 6, Newport. Got some out here again with a solid history of representing the Southwest region at the Youth National Championship. And indeed, Los Gatos is that second place finisher at Youth Nationals from last year. They've had a really solid season. And coming out of the semifinals, we're looking at some pretty close times between lanes 1 and 2, Los Gatos and Long Beach. They just had about a 2-second difference between those two crews, but then a big jump back to the third place crew. So we'll only take so much stock between times coming out of the semifinals because it's different on grand final day when you get all 6 of the fastest boats right next to each other. But at 250 meters, it will be Los Gatos with your lead. They are looking at 4 seats right now, over 2 boats side by side, Long Beach Juniors and Redwood Scullers. Back to those 2 boats in 4th place, it will be Cal Yacht Club. They are rowing out of lane 5, sitting maybe just a couple of inches over Oakland Strokes in lane 4. And then in 6th place, it will be Newport. Newport down by about 1 length in the 6th place spot. So keeping our eyes up front, Los Gatos looking just solid, 38 strokes a minute for them as they come into the body of their piece, not quite at 500 meters, and trying to pull away and get that open water lead this early on in the race. What a show of domination. At 500 meters, it is open water for Los Gatos. Behind them, it will be Long Beach now for the 2nd place position, but just by about a half a seat over Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers looking at some athletes that have crossed over between several sculling boats. We saw the 3-man in this Redwood Scullers boat taking the gold medal in the men's youth single. So lots of racing for them. I would count this as the 7th race of the weekend for that athlete, for many of these athletes, doubling and tripling in between events. So really a back and forth battle here between Long Beach and Redwood for that 2nd or 3rd place position. Right now at 750 meters, that advantage is going to be about a foot for Redwood Scullers for 2nd. Now, back behind them by a length of open water, it is tight between 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Advantage is going to go to Oakland Strokes, maybe just by about a deck over Cal Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club being paced by Newport. So Newport was back by a length or so of, and a bit of open water, but they have come back in contact with these crews. So again, it is not over till it's over. We always keep our eyes on the course to see for any sort of moves. These smaller boats are very responsive to any sort of focus or pressure move that the athletes take, and it really reacts quickly. We're seeing that with that Newport boat out in lane 6. They are still in the 6th place position, but about to pull even with Cal Yacht Club. Oakland Strokes still in 4th, but up front, it is Los Gatos now with about a length of open water at the halfway point. They are looking behind them at that battle between Long Beach and Redwood Scullers, because as the stroke rates come up, we're taking some focus, some pressure moves here. It is going back and forth between Long Beach and Redwood for that 2nd or 3rd place position. So let's turn it over to the finish line. This third 500 is going to be hot as we come down towards the finish line.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that great call here. This is an event that goes on to the Youth National Championships. And again, folks, to remind you, the top 4 boats get that automatic invite, but the crews are racing for 3 medals. And we're very happy to provide you with the coverage provided today by the Rowing Channel, where we are pacing the racing for your enjoyment. So out in front, Los Gatos doing a super job as they continue to push away from the field. They are unstoppable. They have nobody close to them. Redwood Scullers has now moved up 4 seats over Long Beach. So Redwood Scullers hasn't quite broken free as they're in contact with Long Beach, but they've definitely taken away 4 seats of water from them. The Oakland Strokes continue in fourth place, but it's very close between Newport and Cal Yacht Club out in lanes 5 and 6. Even though those aren't for qualifying position, it's still a grand final, and the race matters to those athletes. So we're going to keep an eye on lanes 5 and 6 here as they come into the last 500 meters between Cal Yacht Club and Newport. So you're seeing the renewed effort, an emphasis on sculling, which is great for juniors. And another little bit of trivia for you here, folks. These quads are almost as fast as eights. So it takes a little bit more skill to row these because the boats, it's a small boat moving quickly through the water. You've got to catch the water more quickly, get on the legs, and have a clean release at the end of the stroke and not have any issues. So Los Gatos is making that look super easy here. They're at a high stroke. Let's get a rate for them right now as they come down the course. They're coming into the spectator area, and they're at 41 strokes per minute right now. They're just burning it up. So they've got the gold medal position all by themselves by open water. They get to take home the trophy cup as well and put it in their boathouse for a year until next year's championships. So that's a lot on the line, and they're making it clear that they intend to take it home. So here comes the gold medal boat, Los Gatos. And behind them for the silver medal, Redwood Scholars, hot on their heels, Long Beach for that silver medal. Then outside, Oakland Strokes trying to challenge Long Beach for that bronze medal position. But Oakland still in a good spot. 4 boats get the invite to Youth Nationals. Oakland charging, though. Long Beach now responding. And here's the call for the men's quads at the finish line. It's Los Gatos for the gold. Redwood for the Redwood Scholars for the silver, Long Beach for the bronze, and Oakland Strokes for fourth, followed by Newport and Cal Yacht Club. Let's turn it back over to Adrian now for the next race after that great finish.
All right, and again with the quads on the water, but this is the B or second level of the quads, not a petite final, but again a perhaps second tier for the quads. This is the B final for the men's youth quad in lane 1, Los Gatos, lane 2, Redwood Scholars, lane 3, Redwood Scholars C, lane 4, Long Beach Juniors, lane 5, California Yacht Club, and lane 6, Newport. And we have had a start. We'll come back with the race call at 500 meters. Really pretty great out here to see the ability to put down 2 quad events side by side, so you could kind of consider this a JV quad event. The Northwest region has been doing that for quite a number of years, but the Southwest region now adding that due to the popularity of sculling across the board. And just as we saw in the previous event for the men's A quads, we are looking at a lead here by Los Gatos coming out of lane 1, so really taking charge from the very beginning. Just behind them, again, it will be Redwood Scholars, but this is lane 3, so this is their C boat. Next to them in lane 2, would be Redwood Scholars A. And so the top 2 Redwood Scholars boat here in second and third. But in fourth, it will be lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. They're in contact with both of those Redwood Scholars boats. Back by 1 length in fifth, it will be California Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club in a bow to stern advantage right now over Newport Aquatic Center. at 750 meters gone. I have Los Gatos clocked at 35.5 strokes a minute. I'm also looking at their blade work. No wonder they're a speedy crew, really exemplary blade work, very direct catches, and not a whole lot of extra effort. It looks simple, it looks clean, and that is very important as we come into what is probably the hardest part of your 2K race, which is that third 500. You want to just focus on being clean, being effective, and right now that Los Gatos crew out in front with an open water lead, they are definitely much more than effective. They are fast. Behind them, it is the C entry from Redwood Scullers. They have now overtaken their teammates in lane 2 for that second place spot. But looking at a really good challenge here out of lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. So Long Beach Juniors definitely in medal contention, trying to come up and maybe take a little bit of the lead away from that lane 2 or lane 3. So we're going to keep an eye on them, top 4 boats, as they gun for the finish line. They have behind them about a couple lengths of open water to our next cruise in 5th and 6th place, which will be Cal Yacht Club and Newport. Cal Yacht Club leading Newport by about 2 seats. We'll turn it over to the finish line, but again, it is Los Gatos with that walk-away lead here in the men's Youth Quad B final.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that early call for the first 1,000 meters for the men's Youth Quad B final. This great footage, again, provided by the Rowing Channel, in the air everywhere for your viewing pleasure. Now, Los Gatos in the lead, as you heard from Adrian. They just won the last race, and now they're about to win the next race. So the sculling program at Los Gatos doing a super job here, putting out great boats as they come down the course. Once again in the lead, and in second place for that silver medal position, the C boat from Redwood Scullers, followed by a very close race between the B boat from Redwood Scullers in lane 2 and Long Beach in lane 4. Now that's a dead even race for third place. That's a dead even race for third place between Long Beach and the B boat from Redwood Scullers. They are racing for the gold, silver, and bronze medals here. Then on the outside, we have a very close race in lanes 5 and 6, Cal Yacht Club and Newport Aquatic Center. That's a close race. They're not in contention for a medal, but still racing here in the grand final. It's a matter of honor and pride and seeing how best you can do for your program. With 500 meters to go, Los Gatos continues to extend their lead, now by 2 boat lengths of open water over the lane 3 C boat from Redwood Scullers. And now Long Beach hitting the leg drive a little harder, taking a power 10 and moving into that third place position ahead of lane 2, the B boat from Redwood Scullers. So Long Beach now in third. Long Beach now in third, wearing the yellow unisuits as they come down the course, and they're now making contact with lane 3, the other Redwood Scullers boat that's in the silver medal position. So we've seen Long Beach pull off some pretty amazing sprints today, Adrian, and I think they may potentially do it here again and overtake the C boat from Redwood Scullers and take that silver medal position. As they come to the line here, it's getting closer and closer. Redwood Scullers, they see the threat and they're trying to respond to it, but Long Beach is still charging. Meanwhile, out in front for the gold, it is Los Gatos once again, bringing home another gold in a quad event for their program. These are the men's Youth Quads B final, now finishing here at Lake Natoma at the Southwest Youth Championships. Los Gatos for another gold medal. And then a great race between lane 3 and lane 4, Redwood Scullers and Long Beach for the silver and bronze medals. And it will be the Redwood Scullers for that silver medal, followed by Long Beach. And then in fourth place, the B boat from Redwood Scullers. They're in fourth. And then that close race I told you about between Cal Yacht Club and Newport. And it's going to be Cal Yacht Club by half a deck over Newport for fifth place at the finish. What a great race. Great finishes all across the lanes here for that one. With that said, we're going to turn it back over to Tricia and Adrian for the next race, the women's U16 double grand final.
And thank you, Bob, for that great. Still with the small boats, the sculling boats here, the men's or the excuse me on the course right now, under 16 double. This is from the time on Friday, so we do have 7 boats on the course. These are the 7 boats that had the fastest times out of those time trials. So in lane 1, it will be Mission Rowing out of Santa Barbara. In lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, North Bay. Lane 4, Humboldt Bay. Lane 5, Artemis. Lane 6, Los Gatos. And lane 7, Artemis. Now, the crew that had the best start really was lane 4, Humboldt Bay. They just really shot out of those starting blocks, and they are still up there with the lead pack. But in front, it will be lane 2, Redwood Scullers, just shy of 500 meters. It is Redwood Scullers for the lead with 2 boats side by side. That is Mission Rowing and Humboldt Bay. So those are your top 3 boats. Back to them by open water. It's going to be lane 3, North Bay. North Bay looking at just about a foot advantage over Artemis in lane 5. We've got 2 Artemis entries here in this event. So Artemis in 5th place, as well as 6th place in lane 7. So Artemis B leading Los Gatos just by about a boat length. So keeping our eyes up front, Redwood Scullers, as we have seen all weekend, very dominant here in these sculling events. Doing a nice job here as they just pace and push themselves into a even bigger lead, maybe with a bit of open water right now. Not quite at 750 meters gone, but looking at a really good challenge here coming out of lane 1. So lane 1 Mission, they did pull down the fastest time out of the time trials. So we're going to see how that plays out in side-by-side racing. As we get a little bit more wind coming off of the course, we're coming into that area that is just a bit more exposed on the race course between 750 and 1,000 meters. We do see a little bit of ripple across the water, and just in that time frame, just shy of 1,000 meters, I am watching that Mission Rowing crew really just take inches away from Redwood Scullers. So Redwood Scullers in lane 2, they've got to look across their port oars because that boat from Mission in lane 1 really doing a nice job coming up, pulling even with Redwood. Behind them by a length now of open water, Humboldt Bay continues in 3rd. Humboldt looking at a challenge, though, from North Bay as North Bay comes up to their stern deck. So can Humboldt answer the challenge? Humboldt, a program that started back in the early 2000s and had a very strong sculling program for quite some time. It's good to see them back here at this Southwest Junior Championship with some representation. Humboldt, a small county in the very northern tip of Northern California. So here they are with their double in this grand final. But looking at North Bay trying to overtake them for that 3rd place position. So 1,000 meters gone. It looks like North Bay pushing themselves into 3rd, Humboldt in 4th, but very close. And then Artemis also in lane 5, hoping to come up and take maybe a little bit of space away from those crews that are just in front of them. Right now, crossing the 1,000, it will be our 6th place crew, also from Artemis, so we'll say Artemis B. And then in 7th continues Los Gatos.
All right, thank you, Adrian. So yes, our 1st place crew here continues to be out of lane 1, Mission. So Mission and Redwood Scullers in lane 2, 2nd place. Those 2 crews with quite a bit of open water over our 3rd place crew from North Bay. As you heard Adrian, they just started to overtake Humboldt during that second 500 meters. So right now, North Bay in that 3rd place position. They're sitting bow to stern over Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay in 4th. The crew from Artemis in lane 5 in 5th. in lane 1, the crew from Michigan, starting to walk away a little bit more now as they're approaching the last 500 meters, separating themselves from the Redwood Scullers double. So entering that last 500 meters, rowing at a nice strong here, 36 strokes per minute. Our second place crew continues to be Redwood Scullers, just crossing that last 500 meter mark. So a little bit of a bobble there in the Redwood Scullers boat, but didn't seem to affect them at all. They regained their composure, right back on pace. As Adrian said, the wind's picking up just a little bit, not much more than what these crews can handle. They're used to rowing in these conditions. Now entering the spectator viewing area, your third place crew from North Bay. Lane 5, Artemis now pulling into that fourth place position. Humboldt Bay following back just a bit here into that fifth place position as they're coming into the spectator viewing area. So this is the grand final for the U16 women's double. Mission with a commanding gold medal lead here as they are going through the last final strokes as they approach the finish line. Redwood Scullers maintaining their silver medal position. North Bay continuing in third. And for the final placing here, our fourth place crew will be Artemis out of lane 5, Humboldt in lane 4, followed by the Artemis B boat out of lane 7 and Los Gatos. We'll turn it back to Adrian for the women's U17-8 grand final.
All right, we had a little bit of a breather there as we continue back with the racing action from the start. This is the women's under 17-8 grand final. We've got 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Newport Seabase. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center. And Lane 6, Pacific. All right, we wanted to let this race get started and kind of shake out a little bit as we had a lot of very closely packed crews right out of the gate, but just shy of 500 meters in, it is the crew from Marin in lane 1, already with 1 length, and Coxon looking across, going for that open water lead as quickly as possible. It's kind of my favorite race plan, get ahead and stay ahead, and if Marin can do that, they are showing from top to bottom how strong their women's program is this year. Behind them, I'm looking at 3 boats very close to each other. It is Newport, Oakland, and Newport Seabase vying for 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Behind them by a bit of water in 5th, it's going to be Pacific. Pacific rowing out of lane 6. Pacific sitting with 1 seat now over Marina Aquatic Center. We've got Marin at a very steady 36 strokes a minute, and now it is that open water that Coxon was looking for. So just inching themselves away with every stroke. This second 500, so important to set the tone for the rest of the race. So at 750 meters, you want to really solidify that base rate, hold it steady, really understand what's happening behind you so that Coxon has got to have eyes in the back of her head to take a look and make sure that she's not being challenged, and that really isn't much of a threat here to that Marin boat, but it is shaking out just a little bit between the remaining field, with Newport moving into the 2nd place position. Newport now sitting 4 seats over Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Oakland sitting 4 seats over Newport Seabase in lane 4. Pacific now taking even more of a lead over Marina Aquatic Center. Pacific now sitting bow to stern over Marina. Pacific in 5th, Marina in 6th. And then one of the other things that's super fun to see out here, the benefit of being on the launch right next to the racing, is being able to hear that emotion and excitement coming out of the Coxons, and then also being able to hear the cheering from their teammates as they're in other boats coming down to the start. They'll stop and cheer for their teammates, so we're hearing that coming for that Marin boat. Lots of cheers there from the sidelines as they continue to walk away from the competition. It is Marin in the lead, with Newport chasing, followed by Oakland Strokes, Newport Seabase, and then finally Pacific and Marina Aquatic Center. This is the women's under 17-8.
Thanks, Adrian. So all crews now into the second half of the race now, into that third 500. So we saw a lot of really good rhythm and race plan development through that second 500, and now in this third 500 we see where the fitness really starts to pay off and crews start to really begin to separate themselves here in that third 500. So Marin continuing in the lead. They've got about a 3-seat open water advantage over the 2nd place crew from Newport. Newport rowing about 6 seats over Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Oakland Strokes being paced and not backing off by Newport Seabase out of lane 4. Pacific Rowing Club in lane 6 continues to lead Marina Aquatic Center in lane 5. So Marin now beginning to just hit that last 500 meters. They're rowing at a very comfortable 35 strokes per minute right now. They're watching the field behind them. So just continuing to pace themselves, getting ready to gear up for the last 500 meters as they come into the viewing area. Newport Aquatic Center, second place. That coxswain looking over to the third lane 3 Oakland Strokes, making sure to keep her crew there in that silver medal position. They are now bow to stern over Oakland Strokes. So Oakland Strokes in the bronze medal position, they are bow to stern over Newport Seabase. So your top 4 crews here all bow to stern to each other. Top 4 will go on to the Youth National Championship. Now Marin beginning to pick up their pace here as they're coming past the final few tenths. Newport following the lead here, increasing their stroke rate, starting to create a bit more separation between them and Oakland Strokes. Now the call for the finish line here. Marin Rowing Association coming across the line first. Newport Aquatic Center in that second place position. Oakland Strokes holding off Newport Seabase for third. Pacific will come in fifth, and Marina Aquatic Center in sixth. We'll go back up to the start line for the B final of the women's U17-8.
All right, and we await the start here for the women's under 17-8B final. So this is the second boat of the under 17-8s, more like a JV boat, I would say. We've got just 4 boats on the course from the biggest programs here in the Southwest region. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. And lane 4, NorCal. And what I mean by biggest means these clubs host sometimes upwards of 200 junior athletes in any given season. So we're seeing that play out here is the depth of the program. We're build an A boat, a B boat, a C boat across the board. So really just such an awesome showing for these junior athletes. And just like we saw in the previous race in the under 17 A final, we had Marin, Newport, and Oakland in lanes 1, 2, and 3. We have that again here, and we are again seeing Marin push themselves out to an early lead. Just at 250 meters, Marin sitting with a 5-seat lead over second place Newport. Newport sitting with 6 seats over NorCal. So NorCal rowing out of lane 4. And then back by just a couple of seats, it will be Oakland Strokes. We'll come back in just a few hundred meters for an update from the race course. But right now, we've got 4 boats still within contact with each other, but Marin out in front. At the 500-meter mark, Marin continues to hold on to that lead spot. And then Newport in second. They're watching that lead shrink just a little bit as both Oakland and NorCal push each other and kind of eat away at a little bit of that lead that Newport has for that second place position. So NorCal doing a nice job, still trying to hold off Oakland, trying to come back and maybe come up a little bit closer into Newport's lead. Again, we talk about how fun it is to be able to hear the coxswains. I'm looking at them and the emotion that comes out of those bodies as they look across. They can hear each other, those coxswains side by side, can sometimes be motivated by what they hear from the other crew. And I think that's what I'm sensing between NorCal and Oakland Strokes. I think there's a lot to be said for rivalries across the bay. So NorCal and Oakland side by side with each other and pushing a little bit further into that Newport lead. So Newport looking into the second place position, but watching it shrink just a little bit as NorCal and Oakland push each other. But Marin up front, they have that lead position. They've held it from the start. And again, this is the under 17 eights where you have a lot of rowers that could be freshmen. There could be some 8th graders in there. Could be novices, could be some athletes that have years of experience. So really this age group leaves everyone guessing in terms of the experience with the athletes. But what is clear is that Marin is doing a nice job, looking just like the older boats, very composed and long. So there's a carryover with technique for sure with some of these crews. As we approach the halfway point, it does look like a walk-away lead here for Marin, continuing to inch themselves away. And now here comes Newport. Newport now pulling themselves away from 3rd and 4th place, Oakland and NorCal. So Newport trying to pull clear at the halfway point. That coxswain looking across at the Marin boat, trying to get her athletes to maybe see if they can take a little bit of space away from Marin. But Marin now popping that stroke rating up just a little bit, maybe taking a focus or a power 10. And Newport now clear as Oakland comes into the 3rd place position, now sitting bow to stern over NorCal. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the last half of this under 17 B8.
All right, now coverage today brought to you by the Rowing Channel, bringing you engineering skill for the racing thrill. In this third 500, we've got Marin continuing to lead here. Nice, comfortable lead, as we've seen them do in several races already today. Our second place crew continuing to be Newport, followed by Oakland in lane. in lane 3, and NorCal. So quite a bit of separation between all 4 crews here. All of these coxswains and rowers really making sure just to stick to the race plan, get through this third 500, be clean, be strong, set themselves up for a strong 500. So anything can happen on a race course, and everyone needs to maintain their composure and their length and row as clean as they can. We're seeing the wind pick up just a bit here, a little bit of a headwind coming at these athletes. So they need to be strong and really push their backs into this wind and really just continue to execute every stroke as cleanly as they can. Marin Rowing Association now well past the 500 meter to go mark. Newport Aquatic Center just crossing. Marin Rowing at about 33 strokes per minute here as they're just entering the spectator viewing area. About 3 to 4 open boats of water back. We have Newport. This U17 crew here from Marin showing a lot of poise, a lot of length. Very good rowing here out of this U17-8 from Marin. All by themselves, out in the lead. Last 100 meters to go. And here you have it here, your gold medal crew, Marin, followed by Newport Aquatic Center in second place. Third place will go to Oakland Strokes, followed by NorCal. We'll turn it back to Adrian for the men's U16 4 with coxswain.
All right, and we are back at it here with the men's under 16-4. This is a grand final that progressed out of the time trials. So with 7 boats on the course, we've got Marin in lane 1, Newport in lane 2, North Bay in lane 3, Berkeley High School in lane 4, Marin B in lane 5, St. Ignatius in lane 6, and Marina Aquatic Center in lane 7, and that's pretty much how we will find them at 500 meters in. We'll pretty much find them in that lane order, so that time trial working really well to seed these athletes into the proper lanes. And indeed, at the 500 meter line, it will be Marin occupying that first place position, sitting with 4 seats right now over Newport. These are very young athletes. At under 16 really captures a lot of the 8th graders that are moving into the sport of rowing. So we've got a lot of programs that are now sponsoring middle school programs. So some of these kids maybe even with a couple of years of experience. Behind Newport, it's going to be North Bay spoken about them earlier. They row in Petaluma, and again, they have entered 20 different events with just 26 athletes. It's the most bang for your buck that you can get here at the Southwest region. It's like get as much racing experience as you can. Really helps to build up that program for the future years. And they are doing a great job here in this four, currently just behind Newport in that third place position. But just off of their stern deck is going to be Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School, a scholastic program rowing on the Oakland Estuary with lots of years of history and sending athletes on to Division I programs. At 750 meters, Berkeley in fourth. They are sitting with just a slight bit of open water over the B boat from Marin. Marin back to them by about a length of open water. St. Ignatius, that scholastic program we've talked about that rows on Lake Merced. They are in sixth, leading Marina Aquatic Center. That Marin boat that's out in front in lane one, that is an undefeated boat in this category. So a lot of coaches trying to replicate what they'll be racing at the Southwest region. So these lineups generally not just throw together crews. These are boats that have been raced and tested throughout the season. That Marin boat looking very mature, and indeed they are undefeated for this season. They have at least one eighth grader in that boat. So, wow, great. Looking forward to the next racing seasons that that athlete will have as they come into this walk-away win here at the 1,000-meter line. Behind them, it continues to be Newport. Newport looking strong with open water on either side of themselves, and then North Bay continuing in that third-place position, inching ever further away from Berkeley High School to lock themselves in possibly to one of those medaling positions. So we're going to look for that as we progress down the race course. Marin B also with some eighth graders. The rest of that boat, those are novice athletes in that Marin B boat that's in fifth place. St. Ignatius continuing in sixth with Marina in seventh. We'll turn it over to you, Tricia, for the rest of this race.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that early call here as we pick up the men's U16-4 with Coxon. As you heard, folks, these are all young rowers, and because of the rowing channel and the great drone footage, we can see the rowers' pain in every single lane, and it's just amazing as these young rowers hang in there and bring their boats down the race course in fine form. So the leader, Marin, continues to walk away with lots of open water here, followed by Newport. In fact, the stagger is almost perfect. Marin has about boat and a half of open water. Newport in second place is bow to stern ahead of North Bay. North Bay in third place, bow to stern ahead of Berkeley. Berkeley in fourth place, bow to stern ahead of Marin B, and so forth across the lines all the way until St. Ignatius and Marina Aquatic Center. So we have a really spread out race here. It's no two boats close together like you saw in some of the earlier races. And most of the boats are now coming into the last 500. So these are the men's U16-4s. These are the young kids just getting their first taste of the sport, finding out what rowing is all about, and they're doing a great job here. But that Marin boat in lane one, they continue to push away with more and more open water between themselves and the remaining field. Newport in the yellow hull in lane two in that silver medal position, and North Bay from Petaluma, California, rowing on the Petaluma River. They are doing a great job here holding on to that bronze medal position with an open water advantage over Berkeley High School. Marin B in fifth, St. Ignatius and Marina Aquatic Center in the trailing positions. So as we come to the finish line here, cheer on your young athletes from each program. They are the future varsity. They're the future kids that are going to make the program fast. And Marin doing that in fine form here as they come to the line, followed by Newport and North Bay. Big shout out for North Bay here as they hold off these teams that are bigger than them. North Bay doing a great job here with tough athletes, and that could be a great future varsity four there for that North Bay program. They're even trying to move up now on Newport, so keep your eye on North Bay there as they try to chase down Newport as they come into the last 100 meters. These are the men's U16 fours with coxswains now finishing, and once again Marin for the gold. And it will be Newport for the silver, North Bay for the bronze medal, Berkeley High School for fourth, then Marin B, and then a close race between Marina and St. Ignatius for sixth and seventh. Let's head back down to the starting line with Adrian for the women's youth pair grand final.
And thank you, Bob, because we are at almost the halfway point here in this youth pair. This is a very popular category to contest. At the Southwest region, generally we always send boats out to the Youth National Championships, and indeed last year, Capital Crew was your Youth National Championship champion in the pair. They are not in this event right now, but in Lane 1 we have Marin, Lane 2 Marina Aquatic Center, Lane 3 Long Beach Juniors, Lane 4, Newport, Lane 5, Los Gatos, and Lane 6, Newport Seabase. So just a quick update as we are already almost at the halfway point. It will be Marin with about 2 lengths of open water over the rest of the field, but back to Marin. In second, it's going to be Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center with this same lineup finishing in second last year. So looking at a really nice rowing performance here from that Marina Aquatic Center boat with some seasoned athletes, and looking at possibly going on to race that at the Youth National Championships. If he can hold on to this position, we'll choose 4 boats to represent the Southwest region in this category later this season. And Marina Aquatic Center with a very rich history in the pair and putting athletes on the podium. In third place, it will be Lane 4, Newport, sitting about a seat or 2 of water back of Marina, and then a few boat lengths of open water back. It will be our final athletes. In the 4th place position is going to go to Long Beach Juniors. Let me correct that, actually. That would be Newport Seabase. They're rowing out of Lane 6. They are in 4th, sitting just ahead of Los Gatos, and Los Gatos sitting about 2 seats over Newport. So Newport Aquatic Center in 6th, Newport Seabase in 4th. But out front, Marin along the shoreline. Again, a lot of these athletes using the pair in their programs for seat selection, so they're very comfortable in these boats and racing quite well, not hearing anything from the referees in terms of steering. We don't get any steering corrections. It's a very difficult boat to row, and all of these athletes doing a great job as they come into that third 500. 750 meters to go here for the women's youth pair grand final. Marin in the lead, Marina Aquatic Center in second, and Newport in third. Long Beach Juniors in third. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you, Adrian. So on the screen now and on the race course, we've got a good race shaping up in between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th crews here between Long Beach Juniors, Newport, and Los Gatos. Our top 2 crews way out in front of Marin and Marina Aquatic Center, so, and Long Beach Juniors. Marin just passed the last 500-meter mark coming into the spectator viewing area. Marina Aquatic Center just now hitting 500 to go. So Marina Aquatic Center also representing U.S. last year at the World's Championship. Third place is the crew in Lane 4, Newport Aquatic Center. So it looks like Newport, they crossed into Lane 3 here, so rowing right next to Marina Aquatic Center now. So that is Lane 4, Newport, rowing in Lane 3, but in that 3rd place position. So the battle between silver and bronze right now between Marina Aquatic Center and Newport. Right now, Marina has about 3 seats. but Newport is charging here. So coming into the beach area, we've got a really hot race happening here between Newport and Marina Aquatic Center. Looks like Newport just starting to edge out Marina as they're picking up their pace. Also have another great race going on for the final 3 positions here. So top 4 boats will move on to the Youth National Championship here. Long Beach Juniors currently in 4th. Need to hold off a charge between Los Gatos and Newport Sea Base here. Coming across the finish line, we have Marin for the gold. Newport Aquatic Center coming in 2nd, followed by Marina Aquatic Center. And we still have a hot race happening here for this 4th qualifying position here for the Youth National Championship. Right now, Long Beach Juniors just a few seats up on the other 2 crews. Los Gatos is charging. And with a few seats here, Long Beach Junior crew in 4th, Los Gatos, and Newport Sea Base. Great racing all the way to that finish line. We'll go back to the start line now for the men's U17 single.
All right, and thanks, Tricia. The racing never stops here at Lake Natoma as we are already past the halfway point for the men's under 17 single. We do have 6 boats on the course, so let me just give you the update. In the third 500, we have looked at a really hot start here from lane 1, Harwin Singh from Tempe Junior Crew. I hear he is a great leader on his team, just a overall positive influence, but also obviously very fast. So he's looking at an open water lead right now in lane 1. The second place position is going to go to lane 2. That's Danny Gurinkov from Redwood Scullers. Daniel looking at a bow to stern advantage right now over third place Daniel Grassman from Golden State. Now back behind Grassman of Golden State in 4th, it will be Marina Aquatic Center Goose Fainsod. Goose looking to hold off that athlete John Boyles from lane 5. John Boyles from Artemis in lane 5 in the 5th place position, sitting with a bit of open water over Paulo Cho of Redwood Scullers. But Harwin Singh against the shoreline, looking super strong here. He can really kind of be confident in his positioning, but in that last 500, these boats are actually pretty close to each other. There's not a whole lot of separation with this pack. So as we come into the final 500, Tricia, will turn it over to you to see what happens with any sort of movement between those top 3 as they gun for the medals.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, we're seeing a really good race shape up here between the 1st and 2nd place crews here. So right now, bow ball to bow ball between Tempe Junior and Redwood Scullers. But Redwood Scullers is on the move here. They looked to, in just the last few strokes, started to really put a good charge on, and they are walking away for the crew from Tempe Juniors. So right now, Redwood Scullers in lane 2, your leader, bow to stern now over Tempe Juniors in lane 1. What a great charge Redwood Scullers did there as they came into this last 500. We'll look to 3rd place continuing to be the Golden State, running out of lane 4. 4th place, Marina Aquatic Center, but Marina being charged right now by Artemis in lane 5. So top 4 crews here again, moving on to the Youth National Championship. And we're seeing a lot of movement happen as these young men are starting to mount their sprints and solidify their finishes here. So Redwood Scullers now, they took a very good move and really pushed themselves into the lead here, this gold medal position. About 1.5 boat lengths of open water. 2nd place right now will remain Tempe Juniors. 3rd place will be Golden State, but just by a bow deck over Marina Aquatic Center. I'm going to see what these guys can do here in their last 100 meters or so as they bring up the stroke rate and finish this race out. Your leader, gold medal here for Redwood Scullers. Silver medal position will continue to be Tempe Juniors out of lane 1. And coming down to the line here, third place will be Golden State, fourth Marina Aquatic Center, Artemis, and then Redwood Scullers. Great racing through that finish line here. Adrian, we'll turn it back over to you now for the Women's Youth Quad.
And thank you, Tricia. And we do want to pick this race up in progress because this is the Women's Youth Quad, one of the most popular events in the Southwest region. We now have a B final, or a second level quad final, that's coming up next. But first, it is the big dogs in the youth quad as they come up to the halfway point. We're looking at 6 boats on the course with some returning strong crews. Returning meaning they are returning quite a few athletes from last year and looking at a lot of speed carryover into this season. So at the halfway point, in first, it's going to be lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers looking to pull clear of lane 2, Los Gatos. Los Gatos in the second place position, sitting bow to stern over Newport. Newport rowing out of lane 3. And then just off of the stern deck of Newport, it's going to be the crew from Artemis. We've seen Artemis here with quite a few entries in the sculling events. Out of 12 entries, they have 10 of those in the grand finals. So really a testament to the strength of that program. Behind Artemis by quite a bit of open water, it's going to be Oakland Strokes rowing out of lane 6. And then in the 6th place position, back to Oakland by about a length, it will be Long Beach Juniors. But there they go, Redwood Scullers. They are the defending champion at the Southwest region in this event. They are also the defending youth national champion. So there is a lot to be said about this Redwood Scullers boat, but they're going to just put it in action so you can see it yourself at 750 meters. Redwood Scullers locking in that first place spot. Los Gatos chasing. Los Gatos also at the Youth Nationals last year. They were 6th in that event, 2nd here at the Southwest Championship, but looking to hold off Newport. Newport was 3rd last year. They're currently sitting in that same position in 3rd, with Artemis chasing, possibly able to come back and get themselves into a medaling position is that Artemis crew. And then for 4th, it's going to be, in 5th, it's going to be Oakland Strokes, followed by Long Beach Juniors. We'll turn it over to you at the finish line for the last part of this Women's Youth Quad Grand Final.
All right, thanks, Adrian. So coming into the last 500 meters now, Redwood Scullers continuing to lead. They are bow to stern, maybe a couple boats seats open water over lane 2 Los Gatos. Los Gatos sitting a half a boat over lane 3 Newport. Those are your top 3 crews here. Artemis in 4th, really pacing Newport, trying to push themselves into Newport here and into that 3rd place position. But Redwood Scullers doing a great job leading down this field. We've already seen at least one of their athletes medal just a few races ago. So just a lot of experience and great rowing coming out of these boats on the water here in this Women's Youth Quad Final. Redwood Scullers, your leader. Looks like Newport beginning to mount their charge now on Los Gatos. So Newport trying to charge on Los Gatos for that 2nd place position. Los Gatos continue to holding them off, wanting to solidify that silver medal, but we've got to watch these last few strokes here as they're all bringing up their stroke rate. Redwood Scullers walking away now as they come into the final 100 meters. Separating themselves even more. Los Gatos doing a good job defending the charge from Newport here. So Los Gatos staying in 2nd in that silver medal position. Newport Aquatic Center in the 3rd position, bronze medal. And Artemis beginning to push themselves even farther now to solidify that 4th qualifying position for the national Championships. Long Beach Juniors and Oakland Strokes here. Final good push here into the finish line for that 5th and 6th position. We've got a good sprint between these two crews as they come into the finish line. Long Beach Juniors looks to edge out Oakland. All right, Adrian, back to you for the B final of the Women's Youth Quad.
Okay, thank you so much, Trisha. And we are looking at the last race of our morning session here, and then we'll have a little bit of a break, just a little one, and then we'll be back in the racing action with more grand finals to carry us through the end of this U.S. Rowing Southwest Youth Championship for 2023. We'll give you the lane assignments here for the Women's Youth Quad B final. So again, this is the second level of the quads for their program, so more of a, I would say, a junior varsity category. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers B. Lane 5, Los Gatos B. Lane 6, NorCal B. And Lane 7, Long Beach Junior Crew. Again, this is a 7-boat race that's going to be coming down at us. This progressed out of time trials on Friday, so although a lot of these athletes rowing in other events, they didn't have to race this event yesterday through the semifinals, so just 2 chances at medaling here. 1 from the time trials, and then here with the top 7 times out of those time trials in this grand final. We'll be back after the start here of the Women's Youth Quad B final. All right, and we are already underway and approaching 500 meters gone here in the last morning session. This is the Women's Youth Final. We've got 2 boats that are out in front that will be Los Gatos. So Redwood Scullers here in and Los Gatos as well. Both have boats. So 2 boats here, but right now it does look like Los Gatos in lane 2 on to a lead, looking at about a 3-seat lead over lane 1, Redwood Scullers A. Back to them, it's going to be the other Los Gatos boat, the B boat of Los Gatos, looking at a 3rd place third place spot here and trying to pull clear of the rest of the field. So back behind that third place Los Gatos boat at 500 meters gone, it's going to be deadlocked straight across with 3 bows. I've got Newport, Redwood Scullers B, and NorCal B locked in for that 4th, 5th, or 6th place. Just behind NorCal, in 7th, it's Long Beach Juniors, but they are still within contact, so still a lot of race course left. As we come down, it is tightening up, though, between those top 2 crews, Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers out in front. Now Redwood taking over for that lead position. Both Redwood and Los Gatos up front at 37 strokes a minute. Redwood took their stroke rating up just a little bit to answer that really hot start that Los Gatos had. So Redwood now sitting with about a 2-seat advantage over Los Gatos, rowing out of lane 2, 750 meters gone. And then a little bit of change up here for that 3rd place position as Newport has moved themselves into 3rd, taking over from Los Gatos B. So Newport now sitting 3 seats over Los Gatos B. Back behind Los Gatos B in 5th, it's going to be Redwood Scullers B. And then finally, in 6th, it will be NorCal and then Long Beach Juniors. With the popularity of sculling in the Southwest region and really across the country, this quad event has really turned out to be one of the most popular for this region and the most competitive. So we're seeing a lot of really, really fast crews here and able to hold their own on the national stage. And certainly Redwood Scullers has proved that all weekend. And here they are at the halfway point, now pulling clear of Los Gatos for that lead position. So now sitting with about a seat or so of open water, being very patient through that second 500 to come here and into the 3rd, take that open water lead. And here is Los Gatos in 2nd, taking a big power 10 here to try and maybe get a little bit of space away from that Redwood Scullers lead, but Redwood answering that call and continuing to push themselves away. But Newport solidly in that 3rd place position. They've now got a lot of open water in front of them as they lock themselves into 3rd over now Los Gatos B and Redwood Scullers B, those 2 boats side by side. So we've really got a couple of different races happening here, heating up between Redwood Scullers B and Los Gatos B, just like they are doing up front. So in 6, it continues to be NorCal B and then Long Beach Juniors. We'll turn it over to you, Tricia, to wrap up this day, give us a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back with more racing later in the afternoon. But along the shoreline, 750 meters to go, Redwood Scullers with the lead, followed by Los Gatos A.
All right, thank you, Adrian. Yes, so boats just approaching here, about 600 meters to go. They'll be entering the spectator viewing area soon. And what we've been watching all race is a lot of just different steering happening out on the course too. So we've watched some of the boats moving across their lanes here. We call these boats blind boats. So they're having to look behind them or look in front, but they don't have a coxswain like a lot of the other boats do. So sometimes steering can be a challenge, but it looks like everybody's worked it out now. Redwood Scullers continue to just dominate and be in the lead here as they really show the depth of their program. Los Gatos continuing in 2nd, as they have for the last 1,000 meters or so. And as we are panning out here, we're going to look at the rest of the field here as we get to the spectator viewing area, just getting near the tents, watching all these crews come through. So a lot of separation as we came across the 500 meter mark. Redwood Scullers continuing in the lead Los Gatos in that silver medal position. Newport really pulling ahead and solidifying that bronze medal position. And as we look to the outside lanes, still a little bit of competition here trying to solidify the 4th through 7th position. But right now we'll go ahead and give 4th place to the B boat out of Redwood Scullers, 5th for Los Gatos, followed by NorCal and Long Beach. So once again, really showing the depth of sculling here across the Southwest region. Very talented rowing out of these quads in the B final for the women's youth quad. Your gold medal finalists here, Redwood Scullers coming across the line. Los Gatos in 2nd place. Followed by Newport Aquatic Center. Those are your top 3 crews. 4th place will go to the B boat from Redwood Scullers. 5th place, Los Gatos. 6th place, NorCal. And then Long Beach Junior crew. All right, we'll take a little bit of a break here and the racing will begin again at 1:08 with the women's under 15 quad.
and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the afternoon session of racing here at the U.S. Rowing Southwest Youth Championships. On the water, we're going to be looking at a series of grand finals over all boat categories. First up, we have the women's under 15 coxed quad grand final. This race did progress out of the time trials on Friday, so we have your top 7 times. And in lane 1, it will be Los Gatos. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, Newport Seabase. And Lane 7, NorCal B. Now we are still awaiting a start. It is a little bit breezy out here, and as these are very young athletes, thankfully we do have someone on the dock, one of the referees, who is helping the coxswains get their boats into place because those boats are being pushed around a little bit as we contest with a little bit of wind. It's not anything too harsh, but it does make aligning and getting the boats straight a little bit challenging. So we'll be back with a start in this under 15 cox quad in just a minute. right, here we go. A little bit late here off the start. We had to really make sure that these young crews were in alignment, everyone was safe, and it looks like we do have a clean start. So we've got 7 boats on the water. And as we come up past the breakage point, so again, the breakage point is that first 100 meters where should something go wrong in the boat, that you've got the opportunity to stop, get that fixed, go back to the start. But right now we are looking like we've got some clean racing on our hands at 250 meters gone. We're looking at the 4 boats all the way across. So if you're looking at that live stream, you're going to see there, we've got a really even race up front, actually between 5 boats. Sorry about that. So lanes 1, 2, 5, 4, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 all straight across. So we're looking at Los Gatos, NorCal, Newport, Long Beach Juniors, and Newport Sea Base very close to each other. There will be a little bit more separation as we progress down the race course. A little bit off the back, just at the very start, it's going to be Capital and NorCal B. So they're back behind by a little bit of open water. All rowing well. And then as we come up to 500 meters gone, we can see a little better separation between crews, with Los Gatos in lane 1 doing a nice job pushing their bow out in front, but with maybe about a seat or so lead over lane 3, Newport. Newport looking to be flanked by Long Beach Juniors even. So really too close to call right now between Newport and Long Beach Juniors. Slipping back to 4th, it will be NorCal out of lane 2. So NorCal with 2 entries. NorCal has a boat in lane 2. They also have a boat in lane 7. And right now the crew that is in 4th place is in lane 2. But back to the front, it is Los Gatos. We've seen them all day long with some really strong sculling boats in the quad from top to bottom between the men's and the women's team, and really looking at a strong development program on the sculling side. Really a great idea, too, to put those youngest rowers in a sculling boat. It's much more gentle on the body and allows the athletes to be able to row both sides in a sweet boat, get a little better understanding of the feeling for the big boats. So once you learn what it feels like to move a boat in the sculling boats between singles, doubles, and quads, it allows you to be a much more effective rower in the big boats. And we're seeing that right here with Los Gatos taking over that lead in 2nd. We're going to move over to lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. They are just behind that Los Gatos crew, maybe by about 2 seats, and sitting bow to stern over both lanes 2 and 3. So Newport and NorCal A right next to each other as well. So really great racing here, shaping up front as we approach the first 1,000 meters. In 5th place, we're going to look over to lane 6. That's Newport Sea Base. Newport Sea Base kind of by themselves right here as they are leading the other 2 remaining crews by a bit of open water. So back to Newport Sea Base. In 6, it's going to be Capital rowing out of lane 5. Very young program, or a young crew there. Most likely we've got some 8th graders and maybe some freshmen in high school. And then finally rowing very well, but in that 7th place position is NorCal B. All right, we are at the halfway point, and Los Gatos still in that lead position along the shoreline. They're now extending that out to about a length and a half over now 2nd place Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach Juniors sitting just a couple of seats over 3rd place NorCal A. And then in 4th continues to be Newport, but pretty tight here between Newport and NorCal for that 3rd place position. We'll turn it over to you at the finish line to catch the end of this race. This is the women's under 15 coxed quad. So there is a coxswain in that boat helping them to steer it down the race course, keep it in line, and give some instruction.
All right, thank you, Adrian, for that call of the first half of this race. So our leaders continuing to be Los Gatos out in lane 1. They've got a really long and solid stroke rate here at about a 32, a 33. Our second place crew rowing out of lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. Now we're clocking them here about a 38 or a 39 stroke rate. So a little bit different style of rowing between these two crews, but Long Beach really putting the pressure on Los Gatos in this third 500. In lane 2, NorCal, they're starting to create some separation for that third place position. So just about 4 seats now over Newport in lane 3, Newport in 4th place. Los Gatos, our leaders here, looks like they're seeing the charge coming from Long Beach in lane 4 here. So Los Gatos starting to respond and notice that Long Beach Juniors are closing the gap a little bit here. So right past the 500 meter to go mark, everyone's going to start to bring up the engines here and see what they can do in this last 500 meters of the race. Los Gatos responding well to the charge from Long Beach Juniors. Los Gatos in that last 100 meters or so, opening to an open water advantage now over Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach Juniors continuing in that second place position. NorCal now about a half a boat length over Newport for third. So these are your top 4 crews coming into that spectator viewing area now. The final 250 here. Watching the NorCal crew, our current third place position here, really begin to challenge that crew from Long Beach sitting in second. But hot on their heels, Newport Aquatic Center. So this might be one to watch at the finish line here as the gap is closing between these 3 boats. Coming to the line now. Your gold medal winners here will be Los Gatos. Long Beach doing a great job holding off the other 2 crews here. And they're going to get that silver medal for Long Beach Juniors. Third place will be NorCal, followed by Newport Aquatic Center. Fifth place will be Newport Sea Base, followed by Capital Crew and the NorCal B boat. And we'll turn it back over to you, Adrian, for the men's U16 single.
All right, actually, I'm just going to give you a bit of an update from the course because those singles are already well past 1,000 meters in and headed towards you, Tricia. So from when they passed me at about 750 meters, I can give you an update on the race course. We do have 7 boats on the course. It is the men's under 16 single final. They came out of the time trials from Friday, and we've got your top 7 scullers on the course right now. When they passed me, in order, it was lane 1, Long Beach Juniors, Mason Rudebush with the lead, sitting just ahead of Russell Arroyo from Artemis. He was in lane 2. In third, we moved out to lane 5. That's Mission Rowing from Santa Barbara, Egan Axelson. In the 4th place position, it was River City, Charles Gee. In 5th, right next to him, it was going to be lane 7, Nathan McDaniel from Delta Sculling Center. In 6th place, we moved back into the inside. That was Kevin Price from Long Beach Juniors. And in the final position, Talis Westernoff from California Yacht Club. So that was as they came past me just above the 1,000-meter line. Don't know whether there has been any sort of a change, but as we know, there is always movement out there on the water. So Tricia, if you want to go ahead and pick it up for the final part of this men's under 16 single grand final.
And the men's U16 single grand final, Long Beach in lane 1, just past 1,500 meters with only 500 to go. And in second place, it is Artemis Rowing Club in lane 2, just now hitting the 1,500 meter line. Then we're going to have a good race between Long Beach and Mission Rowing as they both hit the 1,500 meter line side by side. So that's 2 crews, Long Beach, their B boat, and Mission, both duking it out for that bronze medal position here in a brand new event for this regatta, the men's U16 final. We then go back to Cal Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club in 5th place in lane 3. And then moving further outside the course to River City and Delta Sculling Center as they come down the course in the 2 trailing positions. The pack is pretty spread out, pretty distant. A lot of open water between boats is what I mean by that. So this is a very spread out field, but the lead rower from Long Beach Juniors doing a super job here, taking control of the race by lots of open water. And second place, Russell Arroyo from Artemis, doing a great job holding off any other challengers as he's in second place coming to the line. Now passing the spectator area. Mission Rowing appears to be in that 3rd place position, having overtaken Long Beach as we come in here. So this is a real spread out field, folks, and as we look down the course, first of the line in the yellow unis, and we've seen this today before, the Long Beach Junior crew. In the mint green uni, that's Russell Arroyo with Artemis Rowing Club in that silver medal position. And actually that is Long Beach coming in for the bronze medal position. That's their B boat. I made a wrong call on that earlier. Long Beach is followed by Mission Rowing. And then we come back inside to California Yacht Club. And then back outside to lane 5 River City for 6th. And then finally, Nathan McDaniel, Delta Sculling Center, in 7th place as these rowers now come to the finish line for this brand new event at Championships, the men's U16 Grand Final.
All right, and thank you, Bob. We are going to give you an update from the course here because I think we're trying to play a little bit of a game of catch-up as we started out this afternoon session a little bit behind. So they have already started the men's under 17 quads, and they are already at about 1,250 meters in. So let me go ahead and give you an update as to where we were at the halfway point. We were looking at a really strong battle there between lanes 1 and 2, Long Beach and River City. At the point that they passed me, Long Beach did have the advantage for that lead position. River City, they've really had a stellar season in that River City boat, so also looking very strong. So those two crews, Long Beach and River City, well ahead of the rest of the pack. In third, it was Newport Seabase rowing out of lane 4. Behind them and kind of all by themselves is lane 3, Los Gatos. So Los Gatos currently in that 4th place position. A lot of open water on either side of that boat. And then further back, it will be Marina Aquatic Center with an open water lead over Brophy. So Marina in 5th, Brophy in 6th.
Well, thank you, Adrian, as the racing never stops at Lake Natoma, and courtesy of the Rowing Channel, where you can have the very best view of your favorite crew as they come down the lake. So here we are with 500 meters to go, and in the lead, Long Beach in lane 1. Long Beach in lane 1 here, we just saw their U16 sculler come across the line first, and now here comes another Long Beach boat in their yellow unis, really charging down this course, wind blowing them a little bit around as it is with all the crews right now, a little bit of crosswind challenging their steering, but they're followed closely by River City. River City, last year, we're checking the schedule here. River City in 2nd place here as they come to the line, and then we go to 3rd place, which is going to be on the outside. Newport Seabase in 3rd place, but they're back a full boat length plus of open water from 2nd place River City. So Newport Seabase in that bronze medal position, River City for the silver, and here comes Long Beach for the gold in the men's U17 quads. Los Gatos in 4th, followed by Marina Aquatic Center in 5th, and then further back in the 6th place position, Brophy from Arizona, Brophy School from Arizona in that 6th place position here as the crews come to the line in the grand final of the men's U17 quad. Top 3 boats get medals. Top 4 boats get an invite to Youth Nationals. So that's a great finish for Los Gatos. That gets them a ticket to Sarasota, Florida for national championships. Let's turn it back over to Adrian for the next race.
All right, and we're looking pretty good up here. We actually have not had a start yet, so we will be able to pick this race up in as it comes out to the 500-meter line. But let me go ahead and give you the lane assignments. Marin in lane 1, Capital Crew lane 2, Newport in lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew in lane 4, NorCal lane 5, and River City in lane 6. And we have had a start. From my vantage point here at about 500 meters down, we've got a clean start, all boats rowing well. We'll be back with the race call in just a minute. right, and we are looking at nothing that is surprising, at least to me right now, and not to overhype it, but the Marin women are just unstoppable. They are about 400 meters into this race and already with open water here in the women's youth four. Again, these are sometimes the top four athletes pulled out of that varsity eight or the youth eight, put into this four, doing a great job here as they hold off the rest of the field. This is a 6-boat race, and right now it is Marin with their bow first across the line. Behind them by a bit of open water, it will be lane 2, Capital. Capital knows this course like the back of their hand and always producing very strong entries in this category and going on to represent the Southwest region at the Youth National Championship. So let's see if they can hold on to that spot, get into one of those qualifying positions. This is a very hotly contested category at Youth Nationals. In lane 3 and in third place, it will be Newport. Newport looking at a bow to stern advantage over lane 5, NorCal. NorCal, that is a good looking boat there. They've got those dark gray blades. Nice white boat looking very solid at a little more elevated stroke rate, but really, really clean rowing here as we deal with a little bit of wind and chop on the water. So NorCal in that 4th place spot, but chasing. And then back by a bit of open water, it's going to be Long Beach Juniors rowing out of lane 4, sitting just ahead of lane 6, River City. So River City in 6, but still in contact to Long Beach. Up front, Marin continuing to walk away, but then a bit of a change up behind them for that 2nd or 3rd place position. It does look like Newport has moved themselves into the 2nd place position, overtaking Capital for the 3rd place spot. Just by about 2 seats, so Newport in 2nd, 2 to 3 seats now over Capital. Capital still holding off NorCal. But I'm going to keep my eye on that NorCal boat because they are looking very calm and secure right down there in the center of the lane. The coxswain, she knows she's looking across at lanes 1, 2, and 3. And that is the crew that she is focusing on, is just hunting down lanes 2 and 3. Not sure that anyone's going to be able to catch Marin right here at the halfway point. However, Newport looking super strong. They have actually closed the gap just a little bit between themselves and Marin, having pulled just a little bit further away from Capital. So this third 500 is going to be important. It's kind of the do or die point here as Newport and Capital look at a hard charging move here from NorCal out of lane 5. Behind them, Long Beach continues in 5th, with River City behind Long Beach just by about a seat of open water. Great racing here by River City in this grand final of the Women's Youth 4.
Thanks, Adrian. So yeah, we're seeing Marin here just with a good commanding lead. They're sitting at a very comfortable 34 strokes a minute, leading this field down the course. And as you called, Newport made an excellent move through that midway point of the race. So they are now sitting just about to clear the bow of Capital Cruise. So Newport, your 2nd place boat right now. Capital Crew in 3rd, but as Adrian called it, we're watching NorCal closely. They've mounted a charge here. They're sitting about halfway through Capital right now. So NorCal in 4th, but really making a move and charging hard on Capital in lane 2. For 5th place, we continue to see Long Beach Juniors and River City trailing. Just crossing the last 500 meters to go, Newport with every stroke trying to walk away a bit more from the 3rd place crew Capital. So Capital did a great job responding to NorCal here. So they've pushed themselves back into that 3rd place position, really making sure to respond to that charge that NorCal put on. Marin just rowing long and collected and very calm here in that lead position. They are coming across the beach now, so look for your leaders, Marin. About 2 boat lengths of open water back, we have Newport Aquatic Center and Capital Crew doing a great job now responding to the charge earlier. They're sitting about 2 seats open water behind Newport. So Capital in third. Capital doing just a great job here. Now pushing to an open water advantage over NorCal in fourth. NorCal sitting about a boat length of open water over Long Beach and River City. Top 4 crews here getting a ticket to the Youth National Championship. And your gold medal first place finishers here, Marin Rowing Association, followed by Newport Aquatic Center, and your third place crew, Capital Crew, on their home course. Fourth place will go to NorCal, followed by Long Beach and River City. We'll turn it back to Adrian at the start line for the B final of this event.
Thank you, Tricia. We are already underway and racing towards this first 500-meter mark with the women's Youth 4B. This is a 7-boat race coming out of the time trials on Friday. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Marin B. Lane 4, NorCal. Lane 5, Capital. Lane 6, Newport B. And lane 7, Newport C. So again, with multiple entries in the same category, what we're looking at is a lot of depth from top to bottom in some of these programs. Definitely some of the larger programs able to field multiple boats in the 8s, multiple boats in the 4s, and giving every athlete an opportunity to test themselves a few times at least out here at the Southwest Regional Championships. So as we approach the first 500 meters, it will be Marin along the shoreline. They have a very slight lead, maybe just by a bow ball right now over Newport. Newport in lane 2. And then in third place, it will be the Marin B boat. Back to that Marin B entry by just a bit of open water will be lane 4, NorCal. Back to NorCal by open water in 5th. It's going to be the B entry from Newport. And then finally Capital Crew in 6th and Newport C in 7th. Out front as we come up to 750 meters gone, Newport has now pushed themselves into that first place position. Really good power move that they made there back at the 500-meter line to take over that top spot for Marin. So now sitting with a 4-seat advantage over Marin along the shoreline. Back to Marin, it is their teammates in the B boat. So continuing, that's the top 3 right there. Fourth place is going to continue to be NorCal as they are unchallenged in that position because they can look behind them and see that they've got quite a bit of open water between themselves and the remaining field. So nothing really has changed there as Newport continues in 5th. That would be Newport B in 5th, followed by Newport C, and then finally Capital. As these boats approach 1,000 meters gone, it is a little bit more separated out here. So this second 500, very important to kind of just set the rhythm. And this Newport crew really kind of just looking like a metronome as they lock in that base rate with a lot of power and swing to continue to pull away from Marin in this third 500. So right now looking at trying to gain that open water advantage. Marin, very patient crew, but losing a little bit of ground to that Newport boat. Still solidly in second place as Marin B is back by a length of open water in the third place position with NorCal chasing in fourth, holding off Newport B, Newport C, and Capital.
All right, and as we're approaching about 750 meters to go, just as Adrian was calling, Newport rowing a very patient race here and just pulling themselves away stroke by stroke from the second place crew from Marin. So Newport with a very solid first place lead. They've got about 4 seats of open water now over Marin. Third place will be the Marin B boat rowing out of lane 3. These 3 boats have a bit of separation between the rest of the field. Okay, that Newport crew just passing the last 500-meter mark. Marin in second and the Marin B boat in third. Now, fourth place, we're going to move to the crew from NorCal. So NorCal approaching 500 meters to go. And a little bit of a race here between the Newport B and C boats for that fifth and sixth place position with Capital trailing. The crew from Newport here just passing the spectator area. Now sitting about a boat and a half length of open water over Marin in lane 1. Marin rowing very comfortably in that silver medal position here over their teammates in lane 3, the Marin B entry. So a lot of depth here shown in these 2 top programs, Marin and Newport in these 4s. And coming to the line here, they led the race from about 1,800 meters in here at Newport Aquatic Center. Coming across is your gold medal. Marin here in second place. The B entry from Marin in third. Now in the outside lanes, a good race still developing here for the fourth place position. Right now, NorCal's got just a little bit of an edge over the Newport B entry. So coming across the line now, NorCal in fourth. Newport B. Newport C, then the Newport B entry and then Capital. And we'll head back to the start.
Thank you, Tricia. We are well past the start as we actually are almost at the halfway point here in the men's youth double. Again, this is a very, very competitive category here in the Southwest region. So coming out of time trials, going through semifinals, and looking at right now some of the top crews that are in the nation. So right now we're going to look at the top spot being taken over by Redwood Scullers. They were 4th at Youth Nationals last year. So looking at a little bit of history under their belts. And just at that 1,000-meter line, wow, Redwood just really was pacing in the first 1,000, and then they just took a move and are pulling away from the rest of the field. So we've got 3 boats out in front and then 3 boats behind. So Redwood now just kind of taking off. So this must be their race plan. Behind them, it is a battle between Cal Yacht Club and Artemis. Artemis was in that second place position, but same thing, Cal Yacht Club just took a big move, and they are pacing each other just side by side, so really working off of each other as we come into this third 500. These crews have to be pretty careful, though. There's a little bit of choppy water out here, and a lot of these athletes rowing on large bodies of water with a lot of exposure, so it's definitely nothing that they can't handle. But it does make the blade work that much more important. So Cal Yacht Club and Artemis, keep your eye on them for that either second or third place spot. And then on the outside, we'll move to lane 6 for the 4th place position. That's Golden State. They are sitting just ahead of Tempe Junior crew in lane 4. That Tempe Junior crew is in 5th currently, and then Long Beach Juniors in 6th. We did see out of that Tempe Junior boat, the lane 4, the stroke seat of that boat won the under 17 single. So again, there are a lot of racing here for some of these athletes. If you're in 3 boats, you're looking at the seventh or 8th race of the weekend coming down at you. So Tricia, go ahead and take it over from here. This is going to be a great race coming to the line for those top 3 spots. The 3 medals, again, 4 of these boats will be able to move on to the Youth National Championship, but for medals, there's only 3.
Thanks, Adrian. And yeah, we have seen Redwood Scullers just turn on the gas here. They have just really opened their lead on the field. They're sitting a few boat lengths of open water over the second place crew from Artemis. Artemis took a really good move in that third 500, and we're seeing California Yacht Club responding a bit here now, pushing into the middle part of their boat. So Artemis in second, being closely followed by California Yacht Club. In 4th place, we're looking at Long Beach Junior crew, but hot on their heels is the crew from Golden State. So Long Beach and Juniors going after that 4th coveted spot for the Youth National Championship invitation. As Adrian said, a lot of talent in these doubles here. Many of these athletes already racing a few times and already having some hardware. So Redwood Scullers, your leaders, they're not showing any signs of fatigue as they're coming into the final sprints here. Artemis did a great job holding off the response from California Yacht Club. Artemis in second, continuing to open their lead over the 3rd place crew from California Yacht Club. These are your top 3 medal positions. We're going to see how it shapes up here between Long Beach and Golden State for that 4th qualifying position. Redwood Scullers, your gold medal. Artemis, silver. California Yacht Club for the bronze. And coming down to the line here, looks like Long Beach Juniors is going to edge out Golden State, followed by Tempe Juniors. Great racing in this men youth double. We'll head back to the start line now for the men's U16-8.
right, we are underway with the under 16-8 grand final with 6 boats on the course. We are looking at Marin rowing out of lane 1, NorCal in lane 2, St. Ignatius in lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club in lane 4, Junipero Serra in lane 5, and Newport Seabase in lane 6. And at 500 meters gone, Marin Rowing Association in lane 1 now has at least a half a boat length, maybe more, of open water over the remaining field. So behind them, there's a lot of jockeying for position, still very early on. Again, as the under 16 category will show, there's a lot of young athletes here in their novice season or in their first year of racing, in their first year of rowing. But some that do have a couple of years of experience under their belt. That Marin boat looking as if there might be some experienced athletes, but again, very young, so 16 and under, doing a great job here opening up their lead. But behind them for the next positions, it is going to be NorCal rowing out of lane 2 at 750 meters. They are in that second place position. Behind them by about 6 seats, really tight between St. Ignatius and Pacific. St. Ignatius and Pacific seeing each other out on the water every day there at Lake Merced. Maybe doing some scrimmages here and there, but I know that they've raced each other this season. And St. Ignatius, that scholastic program, they don't get their athletes started until February, and they really emphasize the athlete by taking athletes from other sports, putting them in a boat, teaching them how to row, and man, they are just powering through right now. But Pacific getting the edge over St. Ignatius, and in third, I'm going to actually make an update, because as I was talking about St. Ignatius and Pacific, that outside lane 6, Newport Seabase, they have pushed themselves into a third place spot. So very methodically, just kind of cranking that boat along, really very, very rhythmic here. Nice job by Newport Seabase as they have pushed themselves a little bit further in to that NorCal second place position. But Pacific also pushing, so Newport Seabase in third, Pacific just behind Newport Seabase, maybe by about a seat, and attempting to pull even as we come past 1,000 meters in. Just behind Pacific, it's going to be St. Ignatius for 5th, and then Serra High School for that 6th place spot. So this is the men's under 16-8. We can kind of look at these just like we would have novice 8s. Got a lot of new rowers out here, but all boats, as they progress through time trials, they progress through the semifinals with a lot of racing experience under their belt here at Lake Natoma. But looking at Marin along the shoreline, just a walk-away lead for them. Trisha, we'll turn it over to you for the final part of this men's under 16-8 grand final.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, Marin just doing a fantastic job, sitting right at about a 33, 34 stroke rate, just continuing to walk away from this field. But the race is just the remaining boats here. There's constantly swapping of spots here, and it's just really shaping up to be a battle for these 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th positions here. So right now, though, NorCal with the slight edge in 2nd place. In the outside lane, Newport Seabase is going to take just maybe a seat over the crew from Pacific for that 3rd place position. So Pacific in 4th, St. Ignatius in 5th, and Serra in 6th. But still quite a bit of overlap as we're coming into this last 500 meters. NorCal crossing now. And then looking that Pacific might be taking a move here, maybe a power 10 or a strength move here into this last 500 meter. Pacific starting to challenge and really come up on Newport Seabase. These two teams here battling for that 3rd place position. Newport Seabase has it by a couple of seats, but Pacific charging hard. St. Ignatius on the inside here and continuing to battle Pacific too. So all of these crews really pushing each other as they're coming into the final stretch of this race. Your leaders, Marin, continuing to walk away. They've brought up their stroke rate They look fantastic for being such young and new rowers here. So very patient, smart rowing from this Marin crew. In second, NorCal did a great job holding off all of these other boats charging behind them. So NorCal in second. They've got about a stern advantage over Newport Seabase, who's continuing to hold that third place position. Looks like Newport Seabase just brought their stroke rate up here. They've taken a couple seats on Pacific now. NorCal holding on to second, but they've got to watch this outside lane here from Newport Seabase as we come into the finish line. This could be close as we get there. In second place, NorCal, followed by Newport Seabase and Pacific. In lane 3, St. Ignatius crossing the line now, followed by Sarah. What a fantastic race in this men's U16-8. Turn it back to you, Adrian, for the women's straight 4 final.
All right, and coming down at us on the race course is the women's straight 4. So this is a boat that does not have a coxswain. It is a sweep boat, so each rower has either a port or a starboard side, but there is no coxswain to steer that boat, so it is very difficult to row. We do have a fully buoyed course here at Lake Natoma, but sometimes what is needed is a little bit of steering help from the referees. Right now, I'm not seeing that yet. And we do have a pretty tightly packed field, but again, this is very early on here. So let me give you the lane assignments. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Long Beach. Lane 6, San Diego. And there is a lane 7, Newport. And we have 2 crews here that are out in front with quite a few chasing. So again, lots of overlap here as we are just in the early stages of the straight. In front is going to trucks along the shoreline. They are looking at about a turn advantage over lane 3. That is Marina Aquatic Center. Marina and Oakland both participated at the Youth National Championships in this event last year. Oakland Strokes taking 4th in the grand final. Marina Aquatic Center taking 6th in the grand final. Just behind Marina, we're looking at a pretty big push here from that outside lane 7. I was watching them as they took off the line, had a little bit of a steering issue, just a little bit of a course correction, but it looks like they are back in action and rowing cleanly, even to try and come up and challenge for perhaps that second place position. But right now they're sitting in 3rd. They have about a 2-seat advantage over lane 4, Marin. Marin looking very solid in lane 4. Back to Marin by a bit of open water. It will be the remaining field. So in 5th, we're going to look along the shoreline. That is Los Gatos, rowing out of lane 2. Los Gatos looks to have maybe a 2-seat advantage over lane 6, San Diego. San Diego Rowing Club in the 6th place position. And then back to San Diego, bow to stern, it's going to be Long Beach Juniors. So at 750 meters, Oakland Strokes, they've opened it up to an open water advantage. Again, this boat, very difficult to row. You don't have a coxswain to help you out. You don't have a coxswain to tell you where you're at on the race course or what the strategy is. So it is keeping that race plan internal And those ladies from Oakland Strokes doing a really nice job here with exemplary steering and just following that race plan that is keeping them on track. So sometimes what happens is that that bow person is the one that is giving the commands. They look like a pretty consolidated crew, though. Looks like they've had a lot of time rowing with each other and very well matched. So Oakland out in front. And then next behind them is now going to be lane 7. That is Newport Aquatic Center. Newport looking pretty strong here, very solid. Again, no problems in terms of the steering. You want to make sure that each of those rowers is very well matched. And then heating up between Marina Aquatic Center and Marin. So I'm looking at the 1,000-meter line. It is Oakland. They are not being contested at this point, showing a lot of smooth composure, but just dominating this race. And then behind them, that is where the action is. This is going to be so exciting to watch as we come back down this race course. Is it Newport? Is it Marin? Is it Marina? Right now, slide advantage going to Newport, maybe an inch, and now it's Marin back and forth. So Newport and Marin just right next to each other. Here we go. It is Marin now 1 seat over Newport. Marina Aquatic Center also right there. This is going to come all the way down to the line. This third 500 is so hard. This is where the fitness comes into play. This is where that technique is really important to make sure that you are as efficient and clean as possible. And actually the water has shaped up to be a little bit better here. 750 meters to go. Oakland well ahead. Lots of open water for them. And then now Marin in second place, sitting maybe 1 seat over Newport. Newport maybe 3 seats over Marina Aquatic Center. Back in fifth, it continues to be Los Gatos in lane 2, and then finally Long Beach Juniors, and then San Diego in 7th. Trisha, this is going to be a fun race to watch to the line.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, this is shaping up to be a fantastic race for second, third, and fourth position here. As you said, the steering is super challenging in this boat. So usually one of the athletes is steering with her foot, trying to make sure the boat stays in that lane while exerting herself as hard as she can here. So very difficult, extremely hard when you're in that third 500 giving it your all. But as we're seeing, they're getting a good handle on it as they're coming into this final last 500 meters of the race. Oakland in a race by themselves out in front. Marin and Newport right now too close to call for that second place position. So these two crews, Marin and Newport, have now taken over Marina Aquatic Center. So second place, slight advantage to Marin. 1 or 2 seats back is Newport Aquatic Center. Marina's beginning to respond though here, so they're in fourth, but I think they saw the move here on the outside and doing a good job trying to bring up the stroke rate and respond. So just coming into view here, the second and third race is one to watch here. Marin, slight advantage over Newport in lane 7. Newport in third place. Marina Aquatic Center in lane 3 in fourth. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oakland, your leaders, rowing very comfortably, nice and long, along the shoreline here as they come close to the finish of this race in that gold medal position. Top 4 crews earning an invitation to the Youth National Championship in Florida. So Oakland, your leaders. It's going to come down to the line here between Marin and Newport, though. Newport giving a good charge here, coming to the line. Marin will take that second place position. Newport Aquatic Center in third. In your fourth qualifying position will be Marina Aquatic Center. Fifth place will go to Los Gatos. followed by Long Beach Junior Crew and San Diego. Fantastic racing in this very difficult boat class. Back to you, Adrian.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back in action at a little past 500 meters in. This is the men's under 15 Coxed Quad Grand Final. We've just got 5 boats on the course. In lane 1, it is NorCal. Lane 2, River City. Lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club. And lane 4, NorCal B. Gonna double check on who we have out here because it looks like we are missing at least one boat, so I want to make sure that I'm calling this properly. All right, I think I got it covered here. It does look like the Capital boat is not in its lane and not racing, so we've got 4 boats on the course. And it is pretty spread out at this point. At 750 meters gone, it is in lane order. So you've got NorCal out in front. They have about at least 2 lengths of water over the second place crew from River City. River City looking about the same for themselves in terms of spread between themselves and third place. That is Pacific. Pacific looking at quite a bit of open water over our 4th place crew from NorCal. That's NorCal B. So again, these are very young athletes, this under 15 Cox Quad. I'm looking at the coxswain from that lead boat out of NorCal. He is sitting upright. Generally, the coxswains are laying down in the boat, but I think that coxswain really wants to make sure that he knows where that crew is at in relation to the other boats on the water and making sure I can actually hear him. I mean, that is the intensity of novice rowing at its best. If I can hear the coxswain all the way from lane 1, you know that that boat is going for it. So as they come past 1,000 meters, NorCal A well out in front. River City here in that second place position, rowing very cleanly. Again, a little bit wavy water, and we're just coming past that spot on the race course where there's a bit of exposure coming off of the open stretch and not quite protected from the trees. And they are handling that quite well. I've been told that one of their athletes is actually a champion trap shooter. So I don't know whether that translates over into rowing, but maybe his ability to balance and see just that hand-eye coordination, maybe that translates over into rowing, but obviously a good athlete there. So really cool here to see these athletes from all different sports coming into rowing and being very successful here in that River City boat. Pacific Rowing Club, rowing from Lake Merced in San Francisco. They are all by themselves there. Little bit of choppy blade work as they are getting a little bit discombobulated coming down the course, but they don't have anyone on either side of them. So really trying to kind of get it back together, and that coxswain calling for them, maybe a power 10 or maybe a focus 10 to get the blade work back in line, and there they go. So it looks good as they come up to the final 750 meters. And now passing us here, this is a very young boat. This is actually Capital, so this is not NorCal B, so sorry for that correction. I didn't have that updated information for me, but these look like middle school rowers. I'm going to just take a bet that that's what that is here. And if you would like to see the future of rowing, I'd say come on down to the shoreline. Take a look at these crews, these under 15 Cox quads, because these guys are going to be around for quite some time. And if this is their first championship event, then well done. So Capital in fourth, in lane 5, doing a great job coming into the final stretch here of this grand final.
Okay, here comes the finish for the U15 quad with coxswain for the boys. And the leader, NorCal, has done a superb job. They don't look U15 to me, do they, Tricia? No, she's shaking her head, and she's like, they got to be older than that, because look how well they row. Look at that amazing technique and style, ladies and gentlemen. Good steering from the coxswain as well. Super job coming out of NorCal from Redwood City, California. In second place, River City from West Sacramento. They got the big white stripe on their back. They're doing a great job as well for that silver medal. That's a silver medal for the River City program, about to come to that program as these young scholars wrap up their race here in the last 100 meters. Then further back, we go to Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific rows on Lake Merced in San Francisco, and they have a big sculling program there now for the younger kids, so great to see them out here racing. And they've got a bronze medal looking at them as they get to the finish line here, and that's fantastic for that program. Looking further back down the course at about 300 meters to go, we have what appears to be, I believe, NorCal B. There is an empty lane. I'm not sure if it's it's Capital. I'm sorry. So the NorCal B is not on the course. It's Capital Crew in the fourth place position as they come down the line. These are young scullers dealing with some challenging wind conditions, and they're doing a super job. So with that said, we're going to turn back to Adrian down the course and pick up the next race, which is the women's U16 grand final for a single.
And thank you, Bob. This is a 7-boat race here in this women's under 16 single. Again, this isn't the easiest water to row in right now. We've got just a little bit of choppy water, and we're coming up to the halfway point. So we've got a really spread out field here, but in the lane assignments, I'll give you Bridget Hansen in lane 1, rowing for Tempe Juniors. She does have that lead position. In second, it's going to be Isabel Dreyfus. In lane 2, it'll be Isabel Dreyfus from Artemis. In lane 3, it's Elsa Loya of Mission Rowing. In lane 4, it will be Melody Moore Cooper from Lake Las Vegas. In lane 5, Olivia Carlamagno. I am so sorry if I mispronounced that name. She is from North Bay. In lane 6, Nico Namati from ZLAC from San Diego area. And in lane 7, another athlete from Lake Las Vegas, Addison McCarty. So for placement, as they came past me, it was the rower from Tempe Junior Crew in the first place position. That was Bridget Hansen. Just behind her in the second place spot, it's going to be lane 3. That's Elsa Loya of Mission. And then back to her by a bit of open water, it will be the athlete from Artemis, Isabel Dreyfus. So those are your top 3 boats. They are way out in front. Just passing 1,000 meters here, it's going to be lane 4, Lake Las Vegas. That's Melody Moore Cooper. And then finally, just coming up to the halfway point, It's going to be lane 5, North Bay, Olivia Carlomagno, followed by Addison McCartney from Lake Las Vegas in lane 7. And then in lane 6, Nico Namati from Zlak in that 7th place spot. So we've got these 3 remaining boats, 5th, 6th, and 7th, that are overlapped with each other. So all within contact, they're kind of looking across. And really, I think a lot of support out here for these scullers. They are definitely a very young group and doing a great job here in these sculling boats. It's so awesome to see these young athletes learning how to scull well. Doesn't matter really how strong or fast they are, but really getting that technique down, getting the experience of being able to race at a championship event. A lot of the time, that's what this is about, especially in these younger categories. So we are looking at a lot of clean rowing, everyone staying in their lanes. Looking awesome here as we approach the final 750 meters. We've got a big spread here on the course. And it does look like I'm going to turn it over to the finish line to pick up this race, as I do not want to take a guess. They're too far away from me now in that lead pack for the final 500, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to the finish line.
Thanks, Adrian. So we are approaching 500 meters to go. I'll give you the call at 500. We have Tempe Jr. here in the lead, as she has all race long. Second place will be the crew from Mission. Third place will be Artemis. Those are your top 3 crews crossing the last 500 meter mark. And just approaching the last 500 meters is the remaining boats in this field here. Lake Las Vegas in 4th, North Bay in 5th, the second boat from Lake Las Vegas in 6th, and Zlak trailing. So a bit of a spread here between these young women on the field. As Adrian said, the conditions are a little bit rough here, a little bit more wind, but they're doing a good job being patient, making sure every stroke is as clean as it can be, and executing their race plan. So coming into view, you have your top 3 boats, the leaders here, Tempe Junior Crew, Mission, and Artemis in that order for the top 3 spots. So Bridget Hansen from Tempe Junior Crew, always a very strong sculling program there. Your leader in the final few strokes of her U16 final. Elza Loya out of Mission, rowing near Santa Barbara, a new program this year, doing a fantastic job in their debut here in the silver medal position. So taking home some hardware for this new program. Artemis coming across in 3rd. And the rest of the pack will be Lake Las Vegas. Melody rowing out of lane 4 in 4th position, followed by Olivia in North Bay. The second boat out of Lake Las Vegas, Addison McCarty in 6th, and Zlak in 7th place. The other course is already coming down the field, so we'll turn it over to Adrian for the call of the women's U17 quad.
All right, and thank you so much, Tricia. And these are some speedy quads coming down at you, and they will be at that last 500 in any minute. So we are actually headed back up to the start, but I will give you the placement as they passed by us. The women's under 17 quad in lane 1, Redwood Scullers, lane 2, Long Beach Juniors, lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center, lane 4, Redwood Scullers B, lane 5, Newport, and lane 6, Row LA. So the placement as they passed us just past 1,000 meters, it was Redwood Scullers in lane 1 in the lead spot. Just behind them, it was Marina Aquatic Center in second with Long Beach right next to them. So both Marina and Long Beach pacing each other. Redwood Scullers B just behind them in fourth place. So there was a pretty tightly packed field at that point. Back behind them by a bit of open water, Newport was in fifth place, and then Row LA, off the stern deck of Newport, Row LA was chasing. So that was the update from the race course. At this point, almost 200 meters to go, so I'll have to go ahead and pick that up.
All right, so into the spectator area now, we've got our women's U17 quad in the lead, as they have been many times today, the crew from Redwood Scullers. So taking the lead in that first place position in lane 1, Redwood Scullers. It's a little too close to call right now between Long Beach and Marina Aquatic Center for that second and third place position. We might give a slight edge to Marina Aquatic Center here in that second place position. Long Beach Juniors in third, but they're being closely contested by the B boat from Redwood as well as Newport Aquatic Center, with Row LA trailing. Keep your eye on lane 3 right now, as they have taken a big move. Marina Aquatic Center taking a big move here in this final last 100 meters. I believe they've overtaken Long Beach Juniors now for that second place position. So, Redwood Scullers A boat sitting in first, but Marina Aquatic Center hot on their tails. They are on the move. It's going to come down to the line here, folks, for these top 5 positions here. So into the finish line, unofficially, Redwood Scullers, Marina Aquatic Center, and Long Beach Juniors. Too close to call between Newport and Redwood Scullers for that 4th and 5th position. That's going to be a photo finish. And Row LA coming in 6th. Adrian, we'll go back to you for the call for the men's Youth 4.
Right, thank you so much, Trisha, because this is a hot race coming down at us. We're just at 750 meters in, and I will not even call out the lane assignments. I'm just going to give you the placement. At this point, it does look like Newport is out in front. They have a 1-length lead over our second place crew coming out of lane 2. So lane 2 is NorCal. Both Newport and NorCal clocked at 34 strokes a minute. Behind NorCal in third, it's going to be lane 4. That's Newport Seabase. Newport Seabase sitting just abreast of Marin rowing out of lane 3. Top 4 boats out in front by open water. Newport along the shoreline trying to break free, trying to get a little bit of open water as we come up to the halfway point and move away from the 3 boats behind. In 5th, it's going to be lane 6. That's San Diego Rowing Club. They have an open water advantage over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 5. So we're looking at a lot of action out here in this Youth 4. This is an event that's contested at the Youth National Championship and very, very competitive. We see a lot of programs across the country with a lot of speed in this boat category. And right now, Newport proving that they can be one of those. In the Southwest region, generally, if you finish in the top 3, if you podium here at Southwest, you're going to be very competitive at the national level. So Newport doing a nice job. But looking at a charge here from NorCal just past that 1,000-meter line, we really took a jump in that NorCal boat as they attempt to kind of catch up, if they can, to Newport. But Newport sensing that, taking a big move here. Newport trying to just walk away from the rest of the field, but NorCal, that is a speedy boat, a little more elevated stroke rate. They've got a really big guy there in that two seat. I can tell there is a lot of power in that boat, and what they are doing is trying to move away from the battle that's developing between Marin and Newport Seabase. So Marin pushing themselves out into that third place spot just by maybe about a half a seat. Just a half a seat for Marin right now in third over Newport Seabase, but Newport Seabase holding tight. There's a little bit of a focus push here from Newport Seabase as they try to regain ground on Marin, but Marin taking that power and just trying to walk with that third place position, maybe come up and challenge NorCal for a little bit different color in that medal that's at the end of this race. But of course, it is not over till it's over. We're not quite at 500 meters to go. But along the shoreline, Newport looking strong here with a bit of open water. And we're going to turn it over to the finish line to bring up the rest of this race, last 500 meters for the men's Youth 4.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call for the for the middle 1,000 meters. Folks, just so you know, our drone footage is now down, so it's radio call only for the rest of the regatta. Now, the men's Youth 4 is coming down the course. This is actually one of my favorite races. It was one of my favorite boats to row. As you heard, Newport along the shore in lane 1 doing a great job here, holding off the competition by open water. NorCal in second place. Third place continues to be Marin, but on the outside, Newport Seabase, trying to challenge Marin for that third place position. Now remember, the top 4 boats get an automatic invite to Youth Nationals. So those top 4 are Newport, NorCal, Marin, and Newport Seabase. Chasing are the 2 outside lanes, Marina Aquatic Center and San Diego Rowing Club. NorCal is pushing here in the last 100 meters. Newport still holding them off. Newport for the gold medal. These are the men's Youth 4s. These are the fastest 4s coming out of every program. Newport for the gold here. NorCal for the silver. Marin for the bronze as they come to the line. And there it is for Newport. And Newport Seabase for fourth, so that gives them a ticket to Youth Nationals. And then wrapping it up, we have the 2 remaining boats from San Diego Rowing Club, then Marina Aquatic Center. Let's go back to Adrian for the middle 1,000 of the next race on the course. All right, the next race is the men's Youth 4B final. This is not a petite final. Rather, it's a second race for all the crews that have so many athletes they can put out a second Youth 4. In lane 1, it'll be Newport. In lane 2, Newport B. In lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, NorCal. And lane 7, Newport Seabase. Those are the 7 lanes for this race. This event does not go to Youth Nationals. This is the grand finale for these athletes here at Southwest Championships.
All right, and we are finally in a position to give you an update here on the men's Youth 4B final. It does look like that lane 1, Newport, is in the lead. We do have two Newport boats here, side by side, lanes 1 and lane 2, so we'll try and keep it clear as to who is in that lead position. It is the A boat out of lane 1, looking to have a bit of open water over the second place crew, which right now is coming out of lane 4. That is Marin. So Marin in second place, sitting just off of the stern deck of that Newport A boat. In third, it's going to be Newport B rowing out of lane 2. They are sitting bow to stern over Pacific Rowing Club in fourth. Pacific rowing out of lane 3. All these boats coming to 1,000 meters to go. In fifth, we're going to move to the outside lane. That's NorCal rowing out of lane 6. And then in the sixth place position, it's going to be San Diego Rowing Club rowing out of lane 5, followed by seventh place Newport Seabase. Newport Seabase rowing in the far lane, lane 7. But against the shoreline, it is Newport. Newport doing a great job here as they continue to take space away from the rest of the field. Marin and Newport B very close to each other. Does look like Marin has just kind of inched themselves up to kind of eat into that Newport B lead. So Marin possibly in that second place position, or at least even with Newport B at this point. Pacific dropping back to fourth. NorCal continuing in fifth. Back to NorCal by a bit of open water. San Diego continuing in sixth with Newport Seabase in seventh. But just as we saw in that previous race in the men's fours, these are some very fast boats with a lot of depth. We see some of the top athletes in the program out in these fours, possibly having broken up the top men's youth 8 to make these fours go out there and race each other. It looks like that Newport boat. Fun to be able to come out and race against some of your teammates just like you do every day. And that Newport A boat definitely taking advantage of having some strong composed strokes to really just walk away with this win here in the men's Youth 4B. They are just crossing the line with 500 meters to go. It is Newport A, and now really close here between Marin and Newport B for that second place position. Pacific continuing in fourth. NorCal in fifth, San Diego in sixth, and Newport Seabase in seventh. Bob, we'll see as they come down into the spectator area between that Newport B and that Marin boat with Pacific chasing. This final 400 meters of this race is going to be a pretty exciting one for that second, third, and fourth place position.
Well, Adrian, I couldn't agree more. This is proving to be, it looks almost as fast and competitive as the Youth 4A race. These B boats here doing a super job, and Newport once again representing their program well in the lead in lane 1 with an open water advantage over their brother boat, Newport B, in lane 2 in the silver medal position, and hot on their heels is a Marin out in lane 4. In fact, at this point, I'm going to put Marin even or slightly ahead of the Newport B boat from the finish line perspective here. Pacific chasing in fourth place, and then back outside to San Diego Rowing Club, or to NorCal, then San Diego, and finally Newport Seabase. So Marin here, the race to watch is between Marin and Newport B, as Newport A in lane 1 takes the gold medal position again, just like they did in the race before. So as they come to the line here, we'll give you that call as they cross. It is Newport A first across the line. Newport B sprinting hard, but it's going to be Marin. Marin for the silver, Newport B for the bronze, Pacific for fourth, NorCal taking that fifth place position as they come across the line, and then sixth will be San Diego, and seventh, Newport Seabase from Southern California. And now we go back to Adrian for the middle thousand of the next race, the Women's Youth Double Grand Final. This is going to be a very hot race, as these are the top women scullers in the open double event. Adrian, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Bob. We do have 6 boats on the course here. In lane 1, it is Newport. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, California Yacht Club. Lane 4, Waterford. Lane 5, Redwood Scullers B. And lane 6, Oakland United. So as Bob said, this is one of the most competitive categories here at the Southwest Youth Championships. And indeed, as we approach 1,000 meters gone, we don't have a huge amount of separation between boats. There is one boat that is out in front. That is lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Again, the athlete that we've talked about all weekend, Olivia Petrie, that 15-year-old phenom sitting in the stroke seat of this double here for Redwood Scullers. So interestingly, I tried to look back at some results from last year and realized this is when we had to cut the regatta off due to inclement weather, so we don't have results from the Southwest Junior Championships in this category, but that boat did go on to contest at the Youth Nationals, and right now they are indeed looking very competitive coming out at this third 500 just across the line. So Redwood Scullers A in the lead, bow to stern over lane 3, California Yacht Club. Saw quite a few of these athletes double up into the quads, double up into the singles. So a lot of racing here for these athletes along the course of this weekend, most likely wrapping up their racing at this regatta. Looking at some medals on the line here and some qualifications for that Youth National Championship. So coming up to the final 750 meters here in the Women's Youth Double, it will be Redwood Scullers A with the lead, now open water for them over lane 3, California Yacht Club. Back to Cal Yacht Club. It's going to be pretty close here between lane 1, Newport, and lane 5, Redwood Scullers B. So those are your top 4 boats. Back to Redwood Scullers B, just off of their stern deck, it's going to be lane 6, Oakland United. Oakland United, a fairly new program, kind of a branch off of Oakland Tech High School, but now Oakland United drawing from all area high schools in the Oakland area, all Oakland public schools. So really a great addition to the Southwest region, and they are looking very, very solid here as they come up to try and challenge that 4th or 5th place crew from Redwood Scullers B. Just off of the stern deck of that Oakland United boat is going to be the final crew. That is lane 4, Waterford. We did see one of their rowers, that the bow seat here of the Waterford boat, taking that women's youth single championship. So really quite a lot of speed coming from that boat, and they have all got to be tired because it is a lot of racing coming through time trials, coming through semis, and then now here finally in this double. But here they go, last 500 meters, Redwood Scullers A in the lead by open water over Cal Yacht Club in 2nd, Newport along the shoreline in 3rd, Redwood Scullers B in 4th, Oakland United in 5th, and Waterford in 6th.
Thanks, Adrian. And yeah, it's one of the last races of the day, this women's youth double. And many of these athletes already performing so well this entire weekend. They're really putting on a show for us here and doing just a fantastic job staying long and composed in this little bit more challenging conditions of wind and being one of the last races. But along the shoreline here, we're continuing to see Redwood Scullers in lane 2 do a fantastic job leading the field. So they've got an open water advantage The placing's pretty much still the same. Out of lane 3, California Yacht Club remaining in second, followed by Newport Aquatic Center in lane 1 in third. We'll look out to the lane 5 for the B boat from Redwood Scullers in that 4th place position. Oakland United in lane 6, still giving the B boat from Redwood Scullers a very good race here as they're coming into these final few strokes. Top 4 boats will go get a ticket to the Youth National Championship here. So top 4 boats getting that invitation right now. Those are Redwood Scullers, California Yacht Club, Newport Aquatic Center, and the B entry from Redwood Scullers. Those are your top 4 crews as you're coming across the line. The new program, Oakland United, remaining in 5th place, followed by Waterford in 6th. Adrian, we'll go back to you for the final 8 event of the day, the women's U16 8 grand final.
All right, and thank you so much, Trisha, for finishing off that exciting women's youth double grand final. We are awaiting the start for one of the last races of the day. This is the women's under 16 8 grand final coming out of the time trials, coming out of semifinals. This is a 6-boat race here with lane 1, Marin, lane 2, Oakland Strokes, lane 3, Casitas Rowing, lane 4, Capital Crew, lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center, and lane 6, River City. All right, we are listening to a lot of action and intensity coming out of these 8s as they come towards us in this first 500 meters. We still have quite a bit of overlap here between these crews, but what is clear is that lane 1, you guessed it, Marin, they are out in front right now by 1 full boat length and even a little bit of open water, not quite at 500 meters gone. So great racing here by this under 16-8 early on in the race. Behind them, it is tightly stacked between Oakland Strokes in second, Casitas right there off of about maybe 6 seats behind Oakland Strokes, Casitas in third, with lane 6, River City also in the hunt for third. Just behind them in fourth or fifth, it's going to be Capital Crew, and then finally Marina Aquatic Center. So a lot of change is going to happen as we come down the race course. So that first 500, always exciting, and a lot of athletes just really gunning for it out of the starting gates. But then reality hits, and the body has to try and keep up with the brain as the excitement starts to wear down, and you realize, oh, I'm in it, and I got to be in it to win it. I could have trained my body to keep up with the excitement that I've got in my mind. And right now, the crew that is doing a great job with that is River City out in lane 6. So they really have kept up with the pace that they started generating in that first 500. They are still in contact with Oakland Strokes in second. So River City pushing themselves into a third place position and coming up to try and challenge Oakland Strokes perhaps for that second place spot. But just behind them, it's going to be Capital Crew in lane 4. Capital Crew looking super strong here right down the center of the race course. They've got action on either side of themselves. And USRowing also in the mix. So we're going to keep an eye on these 3 boats, River City, Capital Crew, Casitas, for potentially that third or second place position, because they are really going after each other. River City doing a nice job really trying to hold off this charge by Capital and River City almost even with each other. Casitas falling just a little bit behind in that 5th place position. Back to them by open water. Marina Aquatic Center continues in 6th. But man, great racing here right next to me as I'm looking out at Marin coming into the halfway point for them. They have at least a 2-length of open water advantage. So at this point, I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch them. So Marin out in front, just putting on a clinic here in this under 16.8. Behind them, racing hard and trying to hold on to that second place position is Oakland Strokes. That Coxon looking across at what's happening behind her. Coxon looking at some bow balls that are just charging towards her. And right now it is the crew from Capital taking over that third place position. So big push here at the 1,000-meter line by Capital. Big push and jump as Capital is trying to just hold off that tenacious River City boat. But River City coming back seat by seat here. So we'll see what we can do. That Coxon from River City looking across at that Capital boat. River City and Capital pacing each other. Casitas also not off of the pace, so Casitas in 5th, but just not by much. It's going to come down to this last 750 meters here in this under 16.8. It is so exciting to watch these young athletes to really try and enact this race plan, truly pushing their bodies to the limits. And that's exactly what we see in that third 500, because that is the true test of fitness. Marin definitely putting their fitness on display as they continue to open up this iceberg lead that they have coming into the final 500 meters. Oakland trying desperately to get open water before they hit 500 meters to go. But man, Capital Crew really coming on with this late game charge here. So Capital Crew coming back into contact with Oakland. That bow ball sitting on the coxswain of the Oakland Strokes boat. But keep an eye on lane 6, River City. They are still in it. River City really trying to come back and maybe reclaim a little ground against Capital. It's going to be fun to watch as they come to the line. But Trisha, if you're looking out here at that finish line camera, looking maybe with those binoculars, it is Marin all the way out in front, well past 500 meters to go. Oakland in that second place position. We're looking at a great charge here by Capital in 3rd, followed by River City, but River City being paced now by Casitas. Casitas coming up to try and challenge River City. Marina Aquatic Center continuing in 6th. But man, what a great race here between Casitas, Capital, Oakland Strokes, River City. We'll turn it over to you, Trisha, for the final strokes of this women's under 16.8.
Thanks, Adrian. Yes, this is really shaping up to be a very tight race here. Marin, we can see them along the shoreline, just a commanding lead. They continue just to show the depth of their team. This U16 women's boat here just out in front, really displaying some great rowing here, very long and strong and very, very excellent rowers on the field here. As Adrian called it, the race is really shaping up to be the second, third, and fourth position here. We've got Oakland Strokes. They're holding on to that silver medal position here, but as Adrian called it, Casitas, Capital, and River City really battling as much as they can here to be able to get that third place position. Right now, Capital did a fantastic job holding off, but they've got to make sure and keep their eyes on lane 6, River City. River City mounting a charge here. Capital looks to have just brought up their stroke rate, trying to charge back. So Oakland, Capital, River City, Casitas, and Marina Aquatic Center charging the line here. Final few strokes of this race. Oakland's going to hold on for that silver medal position. Capital really bringing up the stroke rate now here and doing a good job to hold off that third place position, bronze medal to Capital. River City in fourth, Casitas in fifth, and Marina Aquatic Center in sixth. Great racing by these young athletes, these U16 Grand Final. Adrian, back to you for the men's youth straight 4 final.
All right, and the last sweep race of the morning here for the U.S. Rowing Southwest Youth Championships. We do have a couple of more races coming up after this event, but this is the straight 4, men's youth straight 4. This is a national qualifier as well. So again, like we saw with the women's straight 4, there is no coxswain in this boat, so steering can sometimes be a challenge, but these athletes practicing in this boat quite often. It's a super quick, very responsive boat. And we're seeing a lot of good racing here as we come into the final 750 meters of this race. So against the shoreline, we are seeing a very strong race coming out of Oakland Strokes. They look to be unchallenged as they have quite a bit of open water behind them. Into the second place position, it's going to be a really tight race between Los Gatos and Marin. Marin with a slight advantage for that second place position. Los Gatos just trying to pace Marin as they come in to this final 500. So we're going to see what they can put down in that sprint phase of this 2,000 meter race. Behind them by open water, it is going to be our fourth place crew coming out of lane 3. That's Pacific. Pacific sitting just 4 seats over Newport. Newport rowing out of lane 5. Newport on the move here, coming up to challenge Pacific, trying to overtake for that fourth place spot, maybe come up and take a little bit of space away from these top 3 crews. Back in 6, it will be Long Beach Juniors. They're back off the pace just a little bit, rowing well. But just not quite in the same speed as these top boats. So a big spread here on the race course as we come down, finishing this race. Get yourself down to the shoreline for this awesome racing here by Oakland Strokes. Great display of power and technique. I've got them clocked upwards of 39 strokes a minute. Like I said, it is a light and quick boat, and they are putting it all out on the table here, winding it up for the best race of their day. Oakland Strokes here for the gold, looking like Marin putting themselves into that silver medal position with Los Gatos in bronze. Pacific trying furiously to hold off Newport. Pacific in 4th, Newport in 5th. We're going to keep our eye on them as they come down to the line. Long Beach Juniors continuing in 6th. But it is all about Oakland as we come into the red buoys here. Final 250 meters. Oakland for the win. Marin in 2nd. Los Gatos in 3rd.
And ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. We still have one race left of the day. We are combining with the teams and coaches agreements and USRowing referee agreement the inclusive double final and the mixed youth PR3 double final. Now, for those of you wondering what this means, the PR3 double final is where you have an able-bodied rower with a rower who has a physical handicap. So in that case, we have someone who's able to race and row and be on the team with an able-bodied rower in the boat with them. And then the inclusive event is, in this case, where you have two girls, one female at birth and one who identifies as female, and they are racing together. So the referees and coaches have agreed to combine these two boats, and so it'll be a two-boat race. And we ask you to stick around and cheer them on as these rowers will wrap up the regatta for us as they come down the course. So we'll be back shortly with the call once we get the race underway. And ladies and gentlemen, the last race of the day is underway. The combined inclusive double along with the PR3 double. They are on the course. Both boats racing one another in lanes 1 and 2. This is the first time we've hosted this event here at Southwest Regional Championships because we want to bring attention to some of the rowers out there that desire to row but may have disabilities that hinder them compared to the regular team, but they're still able to get on the water and race, and that's a wonderful thing. The inclusive aspect as well is recognizing gender identity as the rowers come down the course. So here we are with two boats. This is a historic moment for the Southwest region, and these crews appear to be approaching the 750 meter mark as they come down the course. Now, we don't have drone footage anymore, but we're going to pick up the call as soon as we can, and we hope that you'll be down on the beach cheering them on as they come by. So here comes the last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the combined, the two boats. There was one boat from each category, PR3 and the inclusive event. The coaches and the referees agreed to combine it to give the crews some competition, and both boats coming down the course now in fine form. From my cohort, Tricia Blocker, she's watching the race. It appears lane 1 is Pacific Rowing Club in the lead. Now, Pacific having a little bit of a steering issue right there, challenged by the wind, of course. We've seen that all afternoon. And then further back, we have the other boat from NorCal. And that NorCal boat also coming down the course, handling the wind and chop in good form. Clean blade work, as we can see, as that boat has a rower with a physical handicap along with an able-bodied rower. So big shout out to the stroke seat of that boat who's out there on the course racing. So they're both now coming into the spectator area, Pacific in the lead and NorCal in second for this historic race here at Lake Natoma. First time we've had a PR3 and inclusive event here at the Southwest Championships. We also hear that the Pacific boat is under the age, that both athletes are under the age of 15. So they're doing a great job here coming down the course. And the NorCal boat is a U17 age category boat along with the other inclusive aspect, or the PR3 aspect of it. So rowers here doing a super job here. Give them a big shout out as they come by, please, folks, because this really is a special moment for these athletes. Okay, and we still have NorCal on the course, and here comes NorCal, about 100 meters to go. This is the PR3 category rower, stroke seat, doing a super job, leading her teammate down the course. Teammate doing a great job steering the boat and keeping it in good order here. Big shout out to NorCal. Beth Anderson, the head coach of the program, helping make this possible for this athlete. So here's NorCal finishing in the PR3 category and doubles event. So congratulations to these kids. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our racing here at Lake Natoma for the 2023 US Rowing Southwest Championships. And we have a fair race here at the end. The race is official. So folks, if you would, please clean up your area, make sure there's no litter or trash. Please remember that the shuttle bus to get you back to the parking works for another hour after the last race. Big thanks to all the US Rowing referees for their long, hard days on the water, as well as the Sac State employees who helped make it possible with the venue, state parks, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and all the parents who helped get their kids into rowing. Have a safe drive home, and we'll see you next year, and good luck to all crews moving on to the Youth National Championships.